Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. So welcome back to the second day of our conference. And today we're going to start with the workshop delivered by Dr. BETSY GILLILAND. Yesterday, BETSY reviewed key concepts and theories behind feedback on writing and introduced findings from recent research on teacher, peer, and self-response. We are well prepared, I hope, so that we have our laptops to share all the materials that you wish us to work on. So, BETSY, so we are excited, we're overexcited to have your workshop, and we promise to work hard on all the materials that you will share with us.
Okay, thank you so much, ELENA. I am happy to be back, and I hope that with the technology we have, this will work. I have been trying to figure out a way that we can allow this to be somewhat interactive, even though some viewers are on YouTube and some people are in the room. So we will figure it out. So let me show you my slides here. So the goal today, after yesterday's workshop where we went through some of the recent research on responding to writing, I have tried to put this together to give you a chance to try some things out and to think carefully about your own practices for responding to writing. So we will be doing a few things in Google Docs, which means that it would be good for you to pull up the handout now. There are some hyperlinks that will take you to additional pages, but to have the handout ready to go when I ask you to do something with it. So the link is go.hawaiʻi.edu/2, the number 2, lowercase q, lowercase m. Now I will, every time I ask you to do something, I'll have this link up. So don't worry if you miss it the first time around, it'll come back. So our goal for today is to give you a chance to think a little about what you already do in your response to writing, to learn about some alternative approaches to response, and to start making a plan for yourself for sustainable response. So you will need some paper and a pen or some way that you can write to do some free writing to reflect for yourself. And also you need access to a computer of some sort or a tablet where you can open up a Google Doc and do some practice commenting. So I see that in the workshop room, you have these available. If you are watching online, you might want to get that ready to go now. The other thing is I'm going to ask you sometimes to make comments, either talk to a partner or make comments in the chat. Unfortunately, I can't see those comments. So talk to each other. Don't talk directly to me. Talk to your colleagues. Share ideas. Even if you are in another place and you're just on YouTube, there's a way for you to add comments and ask questions, and you can interact that way as well. So question number 1, what is response to writing? What is it and what is it not? And this is your first challenge. Turn to the person next to you or post a comment in the chat. What do you think response to writing is? And I'll give you just a minute or so to talk. Share your ideas. And then compare notes. What similarities did you notice? Did you both have the same response, or do you think that, do you have very different ideas of what it means to respond to writing? So for some people, responding to writing might look like this: a red pen, marks all over the paper, lots of comments, lots of circles, things underlined, maybe even crossed out, and a grade at the top. Sometimes when you see this much red, you know, oh, this is bad. It's not good feedback. I'm a bad writer. Sometimes you see it looking more like this, even more squiggles and arrows and things that might not actually make sense to you. If you're a writing teacher, you probably are also feeling like this. Response to writing is exhausting. There's giant stacks of things you have to grade. There's a pen that you have to do something with. And all you want to do is sleep. Now, we talked yesterday a little about how response could be done on computers too. So you might be thinking about response to writing as looking like this instead, with track changes turned on, and it's still red, and there are still things edited and crossed out, but it's all on a computer screen. Or you might be thinking more like this. There's comments as well. Some of them are suggestions for revising, and some of them are questions, things that this person reading wants to know more about. Or you might actually be thinking of response to writing more as some kind of a scoring guide, as a rubric, something that describes what the writer should be able to do and different levels that they might reach. But I also want you to think about response to writing as things like this. Here, notice that the writer is the one who has a pencil in her hands, and the teacher is sitting next to the writer, not facing her, not lecturing at her, but sitting next to her, looking at what she's writing. Or even more so, what about this one? We have two students probably sitting there looking at the writing. They've both got pens, but they're both looking at the same text, and they seem to be talking about it. So here's your next chat. What forms of response have you received on your writing in the past? From teachers, from other people, if you went to graduate school, from your from people when you were in grad school, if you've published, from journal reviewers or journal editors? And what effects has that had on your own writing? So think a little bit and take a minute to turn and talk to somebody, or write your comments in the chat and respond to somebody else's comments. So I think it's very important for teachers to be able to think about what it's like as a student too, not just to be understanding this from the teacher perspective, but to remember being a writer as well. So this is my definition, my preferred definition of response. I shared this yesterday as well, that response is all action and reaction to writing, formal or informal, written or oral, from a teacher or a peer, to a draft or final revision. So response happens at all stages of writing. It's not just at the very beginning or at the end. It can be at the very beginning. It could be in the middle as well. And it doesn't have to be formal. It could be a casual conversation where you have one question and you turn to somebody else and say, hey, can you help me with this? I'm thinking about this aspect of my writing. It could be you have just a few notes written and you want somebody to say, does this make sense to you? Have I said something that makes sense to you? But what do teachers actually do? This is something also I polled some people on Facebook to find out, and they're frustrated. They feel like they do all this work and the students don't actually respond to it. Icy Lee, who's a researcher in Hong Kong, studied English teachers in Hong Kong and found that these teachers were marking 1 in every 7 words that their students wrote, and that it was mostly this direct error correction. So they were basically rewriting their students' texts, and they really were feeling frustrated. They didn't see progress in their students' writing, and they felt pressure from a lot of places, students' parents, the school directors, even in some situations, national policy requiring teachers to mark errors. So there's a lot going on there. Teachers are not making this up. So why does it feel exhausting? Well, students do make a lot of errors. When they're learning language, they do not know it perfectly. And so, of course, they're going to make errors. And every student makes different errors. That we know now that language development does not happen in a linear fashion. Each person has a different path to improving their language. And so sometimes it's also even hard to figure out what your student is trying to say. It may be a case where their writing is so confusing that you don't know what to do to correct it. And on top of that, there's some pressure to return papers quickly. You know that it's better for students if they get your feedback soon after they've written it, because then they'll remember it. Sometimes you know they need this feedback so they can revise it because there's another due date coming up. And then students don't really seem to want it. They don't actually read your feedback, or they don't do anything with it. And as a result, you don't see any progress. You don't see students improving in their language. So that's the situation. And I'm sure for many of you, from the comments I heard yesterday, this is not unusual. In your situations, you see the same thing. You don't have enough time to do everything you want to do for your students. So we're going to work a little bit today on just thinking about other things you could do in your teaching in order to help your students learn without making you exhausted. All right, so now's when you need the handouts. The link is go.hawaii.edu/2 and a lowercase qm. So if you go to that link, you'll find there's a Google Doc. You aren't allowed to edit that Google Doc, but you should be able to make a copy of it if you want to make notes for yourself. Choose one of, and then on that handout, there's a link to another document that will force you to make a copy. So when you click on the link to find the student writing, you'll be forced to make a copy of it and save it into your own Google account. And once you have that document open, choose one of the texts. There's 4 different texts. Choose one of them, read it carefully, and assuming that this is a student's first draft and they're going to revise it, mark the text however you would normally mark it. And I'm going to set the timer for 5 minutes. So it's not going to be, you may not get all the way through, but do give it a try. So open up the document, open up the handout, click through to get a copy of the student writing, and then do whatever you normally would do. Mark the things, add comments, or write something at the end, whatever it is that you would normally do if this was your student. So 5 minutes starting now.
You follow the link, and there you find, okay, it's on the screen. You enter, and you have the files, the handouts. So which handouts? I mean numbers. Several, not several links. This is the only link that you need for the time being. Not slides. We do not need slides, we need handouts.
So this is the only link you need. All the document, all the links are in this document.
Have you found them? Has everyone found the, yes. Some of them, they're still struggling, but they will cope in a sec.
Okay, yeah, you don't need to mark the entire essay if you don't have time for it. That's all right. The goal is just for you to do what you normally do when you're marking a student essay.
As a teacher, yeah?
As a teacher, yes.
So while they are working, when I do mock papers of my students, I prefer not to use red, because when I use red, then I have a bleeding paper, okay? I prefer to turn to green or any other friendly color.
I for a while I was using purple. I would find a purple pen. I had to go specially and buy those. My school didn't provide them for me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I liked purple. Now I do everything online, but yeah, I was also, although green I think was my second choice.
Purple, you found purple better, yeah?
Because I liked it, yeah.
Yeah, because in our culture, red is alerting and green is comforting. Yeah, when they see, okay, all marks and green, they say, oh, this is positive, this is good. I did something good. Yeah. Finally, all the participants found the right handout.
Good. So I have about 2 more minutes on my timer. And just for the interest of time, I won't extend the time. So don't worry if you don't go all the way through, but do as much as you can. All right. So now it's time to look at what you did. So look over the comments you wrote and think about them analytically. Are they more positive or negative? So did you write supportive feedback, things that students did well, or did you mostly point out things that they did not do so well, things that they need to change? Did you write, when you wrote a comment, was it a statement or a question? And if you were to add up how many statements and how many questions, do you have more statements or more questions? And what did you mark? Were you mostly looking at the language and the grammar? Or did you mostly look at the content and the ideas or the structure of the text?
Betsy, do you want our
Yes.
participants to answer to you directly?
No, this is more for you to reflect for
reflect.
yourself.
That's
Yeah.
for reflection. Good.
And then also think about what did you point out in the student's writing? Were you marking things that were very particular to what that student wrote? Or were you writing very general things like in an argument, you should do X? So think about how a student writer might read these comments that you wrote. How would they feel? And this, maybe now turn and talk to the person next to you, just for 1 minute, or if you're online, add a comment in the chat. But what do you think? Would you feel, if you were a student, would you feel encouraged? Would you feel like you know what you need to do next? Or would you feel like maybe there's just too many things you did wrong and you don't know where to go? So just turn and talk for maybe 1 minute. And again, this is another place to compare notes. If you and the other person actually looked at the same essay, did you mark the same things or did you actually point out different things? All right, so these are some things that Dana Ferris has suggested we think about when we're marking student writing. Do they reflect our sense of the student's needs? So what does this particular writer need to improve in their text? And related to that, do they reflect your understanding of the task? So every writing task is somewhat different. Students need to do different things. They need to explain different things. They need to write for different audiences. And so one of the things we hope is that our comments will help the students better write to that particular task. There is no writing in general. All writing is for a particular purpose. And so what we want our feedback to do is help the students move closer to that particular goal. You also want to think about the balance. So we were talking about not wanting it to seem like that the paper was bleeding and maybe choosing a different color. But we might also want to see, have we completely filled up the margins of the text? Do we write something at the end to give the student an overall sense of how they're doing on the task? do we balance the positive and the critical? Because just writing positive things doesn't help the student either. If all you say is, great job, I love what you did here, excellent ideas, the student doesn't know what they need to improve on. So a critical in a supportive way is actually necessary. And students want that. The research shows students don't just want to be told what they did well. They also want to know what they need to improve. This third bullet point, to what degree are your comments personal and text specific? Students really need to know, for my text at this particular point in time, what do I need to do? So very broad comments like, you need to start with a thesis statement, you need to have a conclusion, doesn't help the student as much as pointing out things in their particular text. Like, here you seem to be arguing for this thing. That could be your thesis statement. That would help the student much more figure out how to improve on the text, rather than, they probably know they need a thesis statement, but they may not be sure in this text, how do I write a thesis statement? And lastly, will the students be able to use your comments to revise this particular text and to learn for the future? So we do want students to be able to respond, to improve what they have there. They need to revise it, but they also need to learn in the next time they write something, how do they get a better start? How do they do more at that moment than they did on this particular draft to begin with? All right, so we will come back to marking essays in a moment, but first I want to give you a few ideas to think about in terms of making your response practices more sustainable. So how you can work smarter, not harder. These are the principles that I went over yesterday. Number one, teaching so you don't have to respond. Number two, using feedback as a teaching tool. Number three, aiming for improvement rather than perfection. 4, focusing on assignment parameters. And 5, building in support for peer and self-response. So the idea really is, you don't necessarily have to be the person who provides all of the feedback on existing texts. As a teacher, you can teach in ways that students will write better texts to begin with. And then you don't have to be the one who responds every time. You can actually turn over the work to the students themselves, both the writer and other students. So I'll show you a few examples here of things that you can do to reduce the need for responding yourself. The first being assignment design, coming up with prompts and tasks that students understand what they're supposed to be doing and can do it to the best of their abilities. Part of that is also making it clear to them how you will be grading them, so they know what's the end goal. What would a good essay for this task look like? Also, you want to be building in as much scaffolding as you can. So doing things like having students brainstorm during class, so that you can check at that moment, do they get it? Do they actually understand the assignments? Maybe having them submit a prospectus or an abstract or an outline early before they start writing an entire text, because at that point also, those are pretty short and you can actually give feedback on it. If they didn't understand what they're supposed to be doing, you'll be able to see that at that moment. And then you won't have to deal with a student who writes 5 pages on the wrong thing or in the wrong genre. And then build in a lot more opportunities for students to respond to each other and to think about their own work from response perspectives. Because the more they're able to do that, the less they will be dependent on teachers. So we'll start talking about assignment prompts. The goal is to really come up with prompts that will allow students to know what they need to do and do it as best they can. They're students, they're learning. They won't all be writing at the level of a professional in response to a particular task. But as long as they know what they're supposed to be doing, they'll be able to show you what they can write rather than making it a test of their reading ability. You don't want a prompt that's so confusing that the students actually, what you're testing is, did they understand the prompt? Not how well can they write, but did they understand the prompt? And that we really want to avoid as best we can. So here's your next task to talk with a partner. This is a writing assignment from a US first-year college writing class. So students had, this was the second semester, students had already done some work and read some journal articles. And what they were told is, you will summarize scholarly knowledge for a non-scholarly audience of your choice. Your summary can take on a variety of forms: a blog style post, a how-to manual, a journal article, a portion of a book chapter. The scholarly knowledge can be from your research experiments or from a journal article of your choosing, including journal articles from last semester. 500 words, 2 revisions. So I'm going to give you a series of questions. Talk to your partner, talk to somebody near you, or post your thoughts in the chat for the online people. And then I'll tell you what I think after we've gone through all the questions. So the first question to talk about, what are the instructor's goals for this assignment? What does the teacher want students to be able to show they can do? Okay, next question. What parameters have been set for the assignment? So what do the students know that they need to do in this? How many words or how many pages? What genre do they need to write in? Is there a particular structure they need to follow? Do they need to do something with citations? All right, next question. What do you expect students to be able to do? And last question to talk about, where do you think students might have difficulties with this? And why do you think they would have those difficulties? All right. So since I realize it's difficult for us to go back and forth, I'll now tell you what my thoughts are on this, and you can compare notes. Did you come up with the same things that I did, or did you think of something else? So in terms of the goals, I think there's two here. One is that they want students to be able to summarize a scholarly work. So read some kind of, either a results of an experiment or a journal article and provide a summary of it, which means understanding what the main points are. But then number two, also be able to translate that scholarly work from an academic genre and an academic register, use of language, to a non-academic genre and register. So that's a separate skill. Being able to summarize means to understand it and to identify what the main points are, but usually it stays at an academic level. But then the second goal, to be able to translate that into a different genre, and along with that different genre, a different register. So choosing different kinds of language to explain the same idea. So then parameters, I think I actually identified 4. So number 1, the source material must be scholarly. That's this word here in the first line of the prompt. But it can focus on it can be from either the student's own research. So something down here, they say from your research experiment. So it's not necessarily from a written text. It could be something that the student actually did as a research project, or from a published article. So that's number 1, the scholarly source. Number 2, so another thing that is required here is that the summary itself has to be in a non-scholarly genre and style, and that the structure and use of citations really will depend on their choice of genre. So you'll notice here, it doesn't say it must be 5 paragraphs long, or it must follow an IMRD model, or you need to use MLA style for your citations. Because those actually depend on the genre that the student is writing in. A blog post often doesn't have citations at all. It would be hyperlinks to sources. A how-to manual probably doesn't have any kind of citations either, whereas a journal article would. A book chapter depends on who the intended audience is. So that's another piece of the parameters. Length, that one's easy. It says right there, 500 words. And then the fourth thing that I noticed in parameters is process. So you'll see this piece at the bottom where it says 2 revisions. And that suggests to me that there actually will be 3 drafts. So write your draft, that's 1. Revise it with some sort of feedback, that's 2. And then revise it a second time, and that's a 3rd draft. So that part is written into this assignments. Those are things that students should be able to know from what they have there. So what expectations does this teacher have for the students? Similar to the goals, I think one is they need to be able to identify the main points of the source material, with whether that's an experiment or a journal article. Number 2, they need to report those points in a style appropriate to the selected genre. And then number 3, they also need to follow the structural expectations for that genre. So a how-to manual would be structured very differently from a book chapter. So this seems like a pretty thorough assignment, but where I think students might have difficulties is in figuring out what these new genres should be like. It sounds like the students have read journal articles in their class, but unless they've actually talked quite a bit about these other genres, it may not be a familiar thing for a student to write a blog style post or a how-to manual. So they may not know how to do that. The other thing that might be difficult is if they choose a source text that's too difficult for them. They might choose something they're interested in, but it might be written for people with much more experience and knowledge in that field. So that could be difficult as well. And this assignment doesn't give them any guidelines in how to choose a particular article. And then, like, I had to count out what I thought were how many drafts based on the fact that it says 2 revisions. That could also be something that students aren't clear on. There also are not any statements about what goes into these drafts. Is the first draft, does it have to be complete, or is it an outline, or is it a part of this response paper? So those are the kind of things that students might need to know. They might also want to know who's providing the feedback. If you're going to revise it twice, is the first draft getting commented on by peers and the second draft is commented on by the teacher or somebody else? Should you take it to the writing center? Is that one of the rounds of revision? So those are points that are really useful to include in an assignment. You want to make sure that the students know not only what are they supposed to write, but also how are they writing it? How many drafts? When are those drafts due? Who's giving the feedback on it? What do you do with the feedback? So all of that can be written into a prompt, the task that you give to the students. The clearer that prompt is, the more students will be set up for success. Now, as I've said before, it's possible they won't be able to write to that, but that won't be the fault of not knowing. That would just be they're not ready. They're not developmentally ready to write at that level. So here's a few more suggestions. The article by Reed and Kroll, you can see it's from 1995. It's a classic, but it's in the Journal of Second Language Writing, and it's a really good one. I like it as a guidelines for what do you do when you're writing a writing assignment. So the first thing they say is that it should be contextualized and authentic, which means it really needs to be connected to things that the students have experience with. So contextualized being linked to classroom work, the course goals, and authentic. What are the students going to do with writing after this class? Is this a real activity? Is it something that they will write in the future? Based on accessible content. This one, every so often I get into arguments with teachers because they say, oh, but the writing assignment should challenge students to understand new things. No, it shouldn't actually. If what you want is to assess students' writing ability, they shouldn't be challenged to understand new content in the same piece. If you want to see how well do they understand this content, you might do other things to find that out. But if the content is accessible, then the students will be able to show you how well can they write about it. The third point here, engaging for both students and instructor. I like this one because I used to teach writing at a university where I had 4 sections of 20 to 25 students each. And all of those classes followed the same curriculum. So when I gave students a writing assignment, I would get 100 essays back at a time. And usually these were timed test preparation essays where they were all writing on the exact same topic. And man, I can tell you that got boring. I was not engaged as a reader. Sometimes the students enjoyed the topic. Sometimes they all found it boring as well. And when the students are bored, they write boring essays. And then I had to read 100 boring essays. So engaging means the students find it interesting. They have reason to put the effort into writing it. And as much as you can, offering choices that will allow students to write about the things they find most interesting, which then gives you some variety when you're reading them. So this is something to be thinking about. It's more from an assessment perspective, you want to limit the variety because you want it to all be very reliable. Every essay is graded in the same way. But from a real world perspective, it can be much more interesting for both you and the students who are writing to have some variety, to give them choices of topics, of approaches to writing about a particular topic. Maybe they write for different audiences or something like that. And that builds in some more interest. This fourth point, the last one from Reed and Kroll, is also really important. Developed in tandem with evaluation criteria. So at the same time as you're figuring out how am I going to evaluate it, because then you can build into the assignment clear signposts for students. If one of the important things is that they have carefully proofread language, then you can write that into the assignment so they know there will be points taken off if your language has problems, if you have grammar errors. If it's really important that they stay within a page limit, make sure that that's mentioned in the prompt. So Ferris and Hitchcock have a very good book on second language writing in general. And they give a few more points for how to develop a writing assignment. One is clear steps for the process. So not just telling students what the final product should look like, but also giving them guidelines on first write an outline, turn in the outline, or write a 1-paragraph abstract summarizing what you plan to write in your paper. Bring that to class on this day. And all of that, so they know what they need to do when, rather than just saying the final paper is due on December 3rd, period. Another point, clear and unambiguous language. So similar to the accessible content, you also do not want the writing prompt to be a test for the students. Can they figure out what I want? Do they understand my description? No, don't do that. Write it simply so that they know exactly what they're supposed to be doing. And similarly, specify the genre. Let them know, are you writing a newspaper style article? Are you writing a journal article style? Are you writing an argument essay? Are you writing a recipe or a how-to statement? And let them know what resources they can draw on. This can be really helpful because some students may not realize that you're encouraging them to check the internet. Some students may not know that they should go to some database and search all the academic publications to find the right sources. So all of these are really helpful things to think about. And if you can check these off and say, yes, my assignment fits these criteria, then you can be relatively comfortable knowing the variation that my students will create is because they write at different levels. They are able to do different things. It's not because they didn't know what they were supposed to do. The grading criteria. This is one of the points I mentioned just before. These are also really important. And this is why you want to be developing it at the same time as the assignment. You don't want to wait until after the students have already written their papers and given them to you to figure out how you're grading. So number one is to focus on the assignment. What is it that the students should be doing? Also be thinking about grading based on what you've already taught the students. unless you know that from an earlier class they were taught something else, it's not good practice to expect them to know something that you didn't teach them. So place the priority on, I already taught them how to do this, so I expect that they know how to do it. I will grade whether they are able to do it or not. Weighted by priorities of the assignments and the course SLOs, student learning outcomes. So what is most important in grading should be what's most important for this course. So I've heard of people that take 1 point off for every comma error. And yet the purpose of the class is to learn about analyzing literature. Commas are not that important in whether you understand literature or not. So weighting what counts the most in an assignment should be based on what counts the most in the course and for this particular assignment. If a student were to look at your rubric, they should know what they need to do. So clearly laying out the expectations. And then also broad enough to allow for relevant variation. So sometimes we design a rubric and it's so narrow that a student writes a really good paper, but unfortunately they didn't do the one thing that you had counted very heavily. And you have to give them a low grade, even though it's probably the best paper in the class. So you want to be thinking about, what range will I accept? What seems to be possible in a good essay? What would a mediocre essay look like? What are the things that would cause an essay to get a low grade? And think about how you explain those so students know what that range is. Now, here's another one that I want to just remind you of. There's a difference between grading and feedback. Grading is something done primarily to assign a score at the end. The point is to align the students or the writing that they do relative to the other students in the class. You may have to give A's or 5s to only a certain number of students and then B's or 4s to another set of students. So you want to, the grading is to judge how are the students doing in relation to each other and to my expectations for the class. Grades may carry very high stakes. Students might need to have a particular grade in this class or a particular grade point average in order to continue in the program, in order to be accepted to a higher level of program, in order to get a stipend or a scholarship. So grades are very high stakes. And they may feel somewhat arbitrary to you or to the students. So it might be the case where you have to give a range of grades. So even though the lowest scoring students were actually writing pretty well, you might be forced to give them a low grade because of needing to grade on a curve. Feedback, on the other hand, is really meant to help writers revise their texts. So giving them a sense of what are the things that you can do to make this text better, and what can you do so that your next text is better. Feedback is really individually focused. So each student has different needs. And so feedback should be focused for that particular student rather than in relation to others. It doesn't matter how other students are doing. If this student needs to know, here are some things you can do to improve. It's usually low stakes because it's meant for improvement. It's not meant to be a final judgment. And it should be really focused on the task. So the feedback should help students understand, how did I do in relation to what I was expected to do for this task? So Do we have, I've still got a bunch more stuff to do, but I was wondering if maybe it's time to stop for a few questions from the audience, if there's something that isn't clear or that you're not sure of.
Do you have questions? Are there any questions from the participants you want to ask? Let's see. Yeah, there are questions from the audience.
Okay.
Hello, thank you, Betsy, for a very informing and enlightening presentation. My question is, so you mentioned that you demonstrate to your students examples of certain essays, what a good essay is and what a mediocre essay is. So what about the mediocre ones? Where do you take such essays, such examples to show your students, to demonstrate to your students?
I was actually not saying showing students examples, but rather writing your rubric so that students could see what your expectations are. So you don't necessarily need examples, but what you want is to be able to describe what do you expect a good essay to do? And then say, you know, I understand not everybody will write a perfect essay. So here's the things that a middle level essay, I don't know if mediocre is the best word for it, but here's the things that a middle level essay would do. It won't be as good as a top essay, but it will achieve some things, some goals. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it does. But isn't it a good idea just to show students an example, because examples sometimes teach better than explanations, right?
They do. I wouldn't try to write a mediocre essay. I think examples could be gathered if you use the same assignments over several years. So if you have some students in 1 year that wrote essays that you think this is, you know, you don't have to tell them, I think your essay is a perfect example of a middle level essay. But if you ask your students if you can share their essays anonymously with your future classes, quite often students are willing to do that. And then those can be very good models. I like to show students more than one model of an essay. So if you have 2 or 3 students who wrote really good essays in different ways, I think that's even better, because then students can see the variety of what is possible. Again, I'm not sure if I would show them an example of a mediocre essay. I think it might be better to say there's different ways you can do this assignment well. So here are 3 examples from previous students that I think have done well.
Any other questions? One more question.
Okay.
Natalia. Yeah, sure.
Dear Betsy, first of all, thank you for your inspiring workshop. And I've got a question concerning the feedback. Are there any examples or sample positive feedbacks which we can use as an example for our own estimation of our students' work? Any samples, any patterns of a good feedback, which is really so appropriate in different cases?
That's an excellent question. I would refer you to Dana Ferris's publications. She's written an excellent book on written corrective feedback. And then some of her journal articles have looked at other aspects of feedback as well. So I've provided a few references to her work in the handouts. And if you email me, I can send you some more recommendations. But she's given a lot of useful models for how teachers can provide feedback.
Thank you, Zhenya, for your question. Any other questions? No? We can
All right,
continue.
we can move on then.
Yeah, we
Okay.
can move on.
All right, back to thinking about response. So here's the next piece of my argument for how we can make response sustainable. Who should respond to writing? Not always the teacher. I think students actually can give each other very good feedback. As I mentioned in the talk yesterday, there's been research that showed that the reviewer also gets benefits from reading their classmates' feedback. So with good structuring, student writers can benefit from getting feedback, and they can benefit from reading their classmates' writing and giving them feedback. But you can't really just turn this over to students and say, read somebody's writing and give them feedback. You need to give them a lot of focus and structure, give them a good purpose for doing this. So you want students to know, are you reading this as a reader? So you're thinking about, if I read your text, would I understand it? Would I know what you want me to do or how you want me to change my mind? Or are you asking students to read their classmates' essays and give them advice on how do you improve your score on this assignment? So how do you help them do this? Number one, and this is where having some essays from previous classes can be useful too. And actually, this is where having some of the mediocre essays can be helpful as well. So I recommend that you ask all of your students in a particular class if you can keep a copy of their work and anonymize it, so take their names off it. And then you can see, for modeling giving feedback, you do want something that needs quite a bit of help. So you can model that with a think aloud process where you put the students' writing up on a screen, and then you talk through what you think about as you are reading it. So essentially, you're doing the work of responding, but you're saying orally what you're thinking and helping your students understand what you're looking at, why you think something is problematic, how you decide what to comment on and what to let slide, what kind of comments you can give that could help a writer. So think alouds can be a great opportunity for students to get a sense of what teachers look for. Then there's the idea of also doing this, maybe projecting it onto a screen, but then having the students provide the comments. So you have your students call out, what do you see here? What is confusing? Where do you think this writer could do something to improve? Another way to model this process is with what's called a fishbowl. So a small group will sit in the middle of the room in a circle and do a peer review session. It could be with a sample student writing, or it could actually be with one of the student writers' actual texts. And then the rest of the students sit around the outside and watch how the process goes. And in that case, you're not really asking them, the observers, to comment on the writing. You're asking them to pay attention to how do the writers, or how do the reviewers talk about the writing? Which comments do they make that seem helpful, that seem supportive, that seem nice, not cruel? And then you can have them figure this out. This is a way of starting to think about how you give comments. Another thing you can do when you turn it over to all of your students to provide each other with feedback is to give them some kind of criteria. So a guiding sheet of, these are the things to look at, or some questions to answer about their classmates' texts. Did they did they come up with a clear thesis statement? What is it? What points do they raise to support their arguments? Where do they have problems? Where do they not clearly convince you that you should believe their arguments? So the more guidance students have, the better they can do at giving each other feedback. And then the other problem we often see is after students do peer response, they just ignore the feedback they get from their classmates. Some research has asked students, why don't you? And they say, well, I don't trust them. I will only revise the things the teacher says I should revise. So asking the students to explain how they're making use of their peers' feedback, potentially with a cover letter where they write after they've done their revisions, here's what I did. My classmate said this wasn't clear, so I did X, Y, and Z. Basically the same thing that we're asked to do when we write journal articles. We have to respond to the reviewer feedback. And even if they decide, I don't want to use this point, they need to acknowledge that they saw it and say, the reviewer said I should do this, but I don't think that's what I really want to do with my paper. So as long as they can justify why they're not doing it, that at least helps you see what they're thinking in their writing. So peer response can go in many different directions as well. It doesn't have to be done on a complete text. It could be done while students are brainstorming. So have them come up with a list of possible topics and then give each other feedback on that. They could do it on an outline. They could do it on a paragraph. You could also have students, before they share their text with a fellow classmate, with a reviewer, write a letter saying, I would like you to look at this. I'm trying to do this with my writing, and I'm not sure if I made it clear enough, or I don't know if this is a good example for the point I'm trying to make. And then I think I mentioned this yesterday as well. Students could actually give each other feedback using a shared first language. Even if they're writing in English, if they both speak Russian, they could talk to each other in Russian about their papers. Often students are kind of stuck when they have to provide feedback in their second language because they don't really have the vocabulary for talking about writing. So if they can talk about writing in a language that they feel more comfortable with, they can still improve their English language writing while talking in another language. And then I also showed this yesterday. I really like this idea of building in shared ideas about writing that help students learn how to give feedback and how to analyze their own writing to improve on their own. So things like checklists and rubrics that go along with the assignments, group conferences where they can learn from how the teacher is giving feedback and then start taking up that language. Using some sort of guides for revision that they can refer to when they're providing feedback and when they're looking at their own texts and think, okay, did I do this? What could I change to make my text stronger? There's other things that I think would be really helpful for students to be building that sense of self-response. How do I read my own writing and think about how to improve it? So really thinking about writing processes and helping students be metacognitive about their writing. Think, pair, share is where you think for yourself, maybe you jot down some ideas, then you talk to a partner and you compare notes, and then you can report out to a larger group or to the whole class. And that helps build students' ability to talk about what they're thinking, because if they can first write some notes down, then they talk to one person, they can practice it, and then when they report to the whole class, they've had a chance to think it through. You could also do this entirely in writing. Somebody yesterday asked a question saying that she was teaching an asynchronous class that was fully text-based, that the only thing they did was emails. And you could have students writing about their writing process. So instead of always writing new texts, they could stop and reflect. What have I done? How am I approaching this assignment? Where do I think this is difficult? Where am I struggling? And those could also be used as a cover letter to give to the teacher. So I mentioned this with peer response, where you ask students to tell you what they did while they were with the feedback they got from a classmate. You could have them do this for every draft. So what did they do? What was their process of writing? How did they start? Where did they go for information? Where did they get feedback? Did they go to the campus writing center? Did they ask their roommate to read their paper? Did they use an online source like Grammarly? I think it's also really important to ask students what they like about their paper, because that can give you a good sense of how they're feeling about it, what they should continue with, as well as what they're least satisfied with, or where they're feeling stuck or something. And then even having students make a list of, what do you want the teacher to comment on? Rather than saying, I'm the expert as the teacher, so I will tell you what you need feedback on. The students can tell you, please focus on this. This is what I am most concerned with. So I would strongly encourage you to turn more of the process, more of the response process over to the students. Portfolios are another place where this can come in. The main point of a portfolio is that it's a collection of writing that the students selected. So not every single piece of text they wrote, but the things that they choose to represent either their best work or their most improved work, or a range of things they're able to do. And then the students reflect on it. So you can ask students to write a short reflection about each piece they put into the portfolio, explaining how they wrote it, how they revised it, where they got feedback, what it shows about their abilities. And if you have a portfolio that can be used in multiple courses, it can even track their longitudinal learning. So they can show that at the beginning they were not very good at something and now they've improved it. So it really distributes the responsibility. It's not just on the one teacher. I also talked a bit yesterday about writing conferences. So there's different ways you can do this to save yourself time. One-to-one conferences are kind of the standard. A teacher sits down with the students. The student has an agenda of, this is what I would like to talk about in the conference. You can model revision processes. You can model editing. You can allow students to negotiate what they mean. But you can also do these as really brief check-ins. So if you're in a classroom or if you're in a Zoom room and you can actually stop and talk to individual students, you can focus on one little thing in their writing. So if they're working on stuff in the classroom, you can look over their shoulder and say, hey, what's going on with this? And then I've been working on this project with instructor-led small group conferences where students can learn a lot more about providing feedback. I just realized also that we are very short on time. So I've put a list of recommended AI tools on the handout. I encourage you to check those out. I would support pushing students to really think about how they use these tools. So not just preventing them from using them, but saying, yeah, if you're going to go use Google Translate, here's how you can do it strategically, how you can use it in a careful way. And I did not time this workshop very well. So I had wanted to spend about 20 minutes looking at feedback on language, but I think we have about 5. So corrective feedback. So if we're specifically looking at language, when you mark student errors, you can do it as focused, where you only mark specific types of errors. Maybe you're concerned with your students' ability to do things with verbs. So you really focus just on the verbs. You ignore article errors, you ignore sentence structure, but that can only help them with the verbs. So you may also choose to do unfocused. You mark everything that you see, or a set of errors. Direct feedback, you provide the exact correct form. Indirect, you indicate that there's an error, but you don't actually give the student the form. You tell them there is an error, but they need to figure out how to correct it. Labeled and coded means if you're doing indirect feedback, you give them an idea of what kind of error it is, but you don't actually tell them, so you tell them that. Located indirect feedback, you just show them that there's an error. You don't even tell them what kind. You just say, right here, there's an error. And then you need to decide, how do I categorize these errors? So if I'm going to label or code the errors, how am I going to point them out? And then you want to decide, am I going to mark directly in the text, or am I going to do a summary at the end and say, I noticed you have a lot of errors with verbs. So in your revisions, you need to go back and focus specifically on verb corrections. This is a common thing at least in US writing classes, where there's all these very minute little details of things that you need to mark. And a lot of times teachers get confused. They're not completely sure, is it a subject-verb agreement error, or is it a verb form error, or is it a verb tense error? And they don't know quite what the student's trying to do. So Dana Ferris proposed, instead of those very minute little categories, have just a few big categories. And in her research, she was able to find that for the most part, if you just mark an error as a noun error and you don't give any more details, students actually are able to correct it. So some things like an article error, they know I need to do something about the article. You don't have to decide, is it a specific type of article? They can figure that out. So in our last few minutes, things to prioritize. Global versus local. You really want to think about those meaning obscuring errors. So errors that will cause problems in understanding, rather than ones that you know exactly what the text means, but you don't, that's less important. So if the student makes a lot of errors, focus on those global ones, the big picture things. Also focus on the frequent errors. So if a student makes a particular kind of error regularly, then that's one to point out. If there's an error that they only made once, it's less important. Similarly, if there's structures you've discussed in class, if a grammar lesson really focused on something in particular, those are things you should mark, because that students have the strategies for improving. Treatable errors, this is another term from Ferris. She talked about the idea that at least with English, there's a lot of things that are, it's very hard to explain why you do this instead of this. Idiomatic language, phrasal verbs, those kind of things. Those she called untreatable. And in general, students really just need to learn forms, memorize the phrasal verbs. But treatable errors, there are rules. And you can, if you mark those, students can start learning the rules and figuring it out how they can self-correct. So sadly, we do not have time for this, but I would encourage you to take a different student text. So you've got 4. I took those all out of a British Council writing practice website. Students had posted their writing. And try using the set of codes that's just 6 things: verb, noun, article, word choice. I can't remember what the other 2 are. But try that. See if you can do that in a way that is systematic, that might actually help students learn how to self-correct. All right, so I'm going to rush through this, but you have the slides linked in the handout. Feel free to check these out on your own with more time. Something you can do after you've coded students' errors is have them keep a log, so they track. In my paper, I made this many verb errors. I made this many noun ending errors. Here's an example of the error I made. And then here's how I corrected it. And then if they keep track of this over all of their assignments, they can start seeing, are there common errors? Do I have a lot of problems with nouns? And verbs aren't really a problem for me, or vice versa. And that way they can also start developing their strategies for improving and learning for themselves and revising as they write. So if they make a lot of errors, try to find some patterns, try to prioritize, or even just mark one paragraph and say, I noticed you made these same kind of errors throughout your essay. So you need to work a lot on that. Okay, I'm sorry. I really wanted to be able to get through all of this, but unfortunately we couldn't. So things you can do also, you can give mini lessons to a whole class. You can, again, work in more technology. Have students run their essays through a checker, a Grammarly or something like that. And that might help you a little bit with catching some of the things that you don't actually need to be wasting your time marking. And then these are guiding questions. These are on the handout. Think a lot about what is it that you want out of your students' writing. How many students do you have? How long are their texts? How much can you expect to be doing as you're working? And what can you work into your teaching so that you don't have to be revising or responding as much, so that other people and technology are doing some of the work? So I encourage you to check out the Journal of Response to Writing. There's lots of ideas in there as well. People have done research on most of the things I've just presented. So you can read the research, you can see some teaching recommendations and try to work those into your writing, into your practice. And that's it. And we actually have 3 minutes. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Betsy. Thank you very much for a very insightful, very practical workshop. We have so many takeaways to use in our classroom activities, just to think about. And it is so disappointing and sad that we have to say goodbye, but I'm sure we'll meet again and again during conferences, during workshops, probably that we will organize in very near future. I cross fingers, touch wood, that very soon we'll meet again, either virtually or in person.
Thank you so much. And please feel free to email me. I would be happy to answer more questions through email.
Thank you, Betsy. We have okay, another speaker, Irina Korotkina. Irina Korotkina is famous not only in Russia but also globally. Irina, are you with us? Irina?
I am.
Yes, okay. Let me first introduce you to the audience, and then I will give you the word, okay? So, Dr. Irina Korotkina is Director of Academic Writing and Communication Center, Dean of Interdisciplinary Department of English, Moscow School of Social and Economic Sciences, Professor of Global Education Department, Institute for Strategy of Education Development of the Russian Academy of Education. Irina argues that there are practically no differences between English and Russian in an academic text. During her talk, she will provide some solid arguments. This might sound provocative that we have no differences between English and Russian, but believe me, Irina has reliable data to prove her arguments valid, right? Okay, Irina, your turn.
Thank you, Elena. Hello, everybody. It really does sound provocative, especially as compared to what Betsy has just been saying, because the students who have to write in English, being international students in the United States or elsewhere in an English-speaking environment, the main problem is typically the language. And another problem is that they are multilingual and they come from different linguistic contexts. Their native tongues that work in their brain work differently. And the main task of those in writing centers in English-speaking universities is certainly to help them with transforming their natively formulated thoughts into proper English. Certainly, everything matters. Sentence structure, punctuation, prepositions, verbs, modality, which does not exist in Russian seemingly at all, and many other things. And the teacher, the tutor, oughtn't to be aware of how this each of their students' brains work, right? In Russia, the situation is different. When we are here and work in universities, especially in the isolation we are, and it's not the isolation of the recent year. We are a vast country with a huge variety of universities, all of which want their students to write academically literate papers. Moreover, we have so many scholarly journals. And I can say, and everyone here can, Russians can confirm this, that Russian publications, Russian theses, dissertations, essays, whatever, are typically academically illiterate in their native tongue, because there is no academic writing that is taught, and they require that the papers should be clear, the content should be informative, that you should write cohesively, but how? Nobody teaches technologies, methods, nobody does that. So my paramount concern is that most Russians don't have enough English skills at all. The English language is not spoken in Russia so widely as in European countries. Therefore, we have to work with our native tongue. And how? So I will open my, so can I demonstrate? Yes. So I will demonstrate my own screen. Here it is. Slideshow. I hope the screen will be visible. In the meanwhile, yeah, is the screen visible? Yeah?
Yeah,
Okay. So
sure.
I will discuss academic writing across languages
Mhm.
and prove that language takes a very tiny piece of it, in fact, when teaching it. So do language really matter? So actually, according to the statistics, only 20% of Russians with university education can speak a foreign language at all. Speak a foreign language, maybe French, maybe German, maybe just to be able to book a room at a hotel, which has little to do with writing. Yeah. This language is not necessarily English, not necessarily well enough if it is English to read or write properly, especially write academically. And this figure of 20% diminishes to probably 1 or 2, right? The best universities, the most prominent universities develop writing skills in English, but they are so few as compared to the number of scholars and the number of university graduates who can and do produce very important new ideas in their disciplines, which ought to be known around the globe, right? Then what should we do and how many? So what is my first postulate, right? Academic writing, it's not my idea. It's Highland's and everybody's. So academic writing is a social practice. Therefore, it is not discussed in terms of language, but should be discussed in terms of social constructivism to match the global academic community, exchange knowledge. In terms of rhetoric and composition, and rhetoric is not words, not words first of all, but the logic, right? And composition of the whole text does not depend on the words. Yeah, you can construct the whole of it in Russian, in French, in Chinese, and it only comes in the end when it turns into words, right? And in terms of academic literacy, these are the 3 basic points for discussing and studying academic writing, right? And therefore, where can we see language here? So every big modal can be easily transformed into Russian without losing anything. So if this is the main modal of rhetoric and composition, we have the funnel introduction, we have the funnel conclusion, overturn funnel conclusion. So we're getting into the discussion, getting out of the discussion. So it should be logical inside. The focus should be straightforward. It should not deviate in the middle from the main research. Lead directly to all the research results that are collected in the conclusion. So there is the focus, there is the organization, and there is the mechanics, in which mechanics, in my view, although American experts might disagree, is not just language. And it's not just syntax, it's the whole organization of the logic of the text. And therefore, you can say it in Russian. Why not teach it in Russian? If our students and researchers don't know how to write a proper introduction, how to formulate their thesis statement, they don't know what cohesion is, right? And make multiple mistakes in syntax, which are not grammatical, grammar mistakes, not grammar errors. No, they are logical mistakes. That's what we are teaching. And if we teach all that, we can easily translate it into English. Any translator can do it, but the text will remain academically literate if it was initially written according to the International Rhetorical and Publishing Conventions, right? So there is the thesis statement, right? And there is the main outcome of it, yeah? And the whole text should be focused. Does it require language skills? Probably not. Moreover, Russia is a multicultural, multi-ethnic country. There are people whose native language is not Russian, although they are Russians. They think Buratian, they think Armenian, they think whichever language, right? Dagestani languages, which form 300 different languages, but they're all Russians. And the languages are very specific and very different from both Russian and English. Never mind what language the student is thinking in when he is conceiving his idea, when he is thinking of his research, when he presents his research results. It's only when it comes to text that the student ought to think whether it is Russian, English, or whatever. Before it comes pen to paper, it doesn't matter. So I very much admire the Green 3 model of literacy. Bill Green, the famous Australian professor, who offered a model of academic literacy. As you can see, IT comes in as well into literacy. Unfortunately, I cannot do that with Russian, right? Because we work from the Greek word. There is the cultural, operational, and critical dimension. And when we show this to students, again, the language doesn't matter, because all these 3 dimensions give the power to the text. What is the cultural dimension? So I'm not supposed to write in my discipline if I'm not in the discipline, if I don't know, right? If I'm a linguist, I have the cultural dimension in that I know the literature of linguistics. I have read it. I know the methods. I know the genres. If I'm a physicist, I know how they work and how experiments are carried out and how physical journals publish those physical papers. But if I'm a linguist, I don't know. But I'm not supposed to write in physics, but in my field, right? So the cultural dimension gives me the way to methodology, referencing, and all the proof which I can use from those on whose shoulders I stand in the discipline. The operational dimension means that I organize the text logically, all that cohesion, coherence, sentence structure, whatever, and the organization of the abstract, formulating the title, introduction, conclusion, everything, right? But it costs nothing if there is no critical dimension in. When we mean the critical dimension, we mean the new ideas that appear in the text and are delivered through the text by means of the support from the cultural dimension and making it clear, concise, from the point of view of the operational dimension. This 3-dimensional system is international, just like rhetoric and composition, right? And it goes above language, right? It's metalinguistic. So I published, well, around 7 years ago, I published the first book on academic writing in Russian, which you can see on the left, which is aimed at bachelor degree students and the teachers who would like to understand what it is and teach and help their students, because there is no discipline of academic writing in Russian, right? So many use it for self-study. Even today, the book is popular. On the right, you can see my monograph on why and how things happen with writing in Russia. This was published 4 years ago. And this is, I'm just showing what can be done in Russian, right? And this is the slide of the online course, which I have already presented in the previous conferences here at the Consortium. That is writing for research publication purposes in Russian. It does work, and many find it still difficult in their native tongue, you see? Because when you were not taught writing, academic writing, rhetoric and composition, in any way, it is very difficult to change your mind afterwards. So, actually, that's what I typically start showing our students, right? So, because what is it when it comes to language? You should be understood the right way, yeah? To be understood the right way, we need to think the same way. English is an analytical language. Thank God we learn English as a foreign language, not Chinese, nor Russian, because Russian is synthetic, unpredictable, and very often illogical. How we use it, I don't know, just being Russian. English has no gender problems, no endings, no paradigms to learn, just, mechanics, right? It's analytical. Therefore, if we think the same way in Russian, everything stands properly. It's much easier to make a Russian think English than an English think Russian. With all my respect to those foreigners who manage good Russian, how they do it, it's a wonder for me. So actually, I would quote my school teacher, an American from Texas who spent his life in Russia. He said, either you say it as they say it, or if you don't say it as they say it, you say it wrong. So we have to say it as they say it. Yeah. Now, just now, I have enough time to give just the input of the examples of where language doesn't matter. And the first idea is the thesis statement. So Ilona Lecky has formulated a marvelous draft for a very good thesis statement. It works, this formula works in whatever language. Although A, B, because C. Why not in Russian? Несмотря на А, Б, потому что С. It's the same thing in Russian and English. It's a draft. But it helps you to foresee the counter arguments immediately. You throw them forwards. I typically refer to Elizabeth I of England, who did not know anything about rhetoric, composition, academic writing, and the rest. But as a very well-organized brain, right, she produced these formulae perfectly. And her famous statement, when she spoke before the Armada battle, was, I know that I have a feeble body of a woman, but the heart and stomach of a king, and King of England too. Isn't it the same? She throws forward the counter argument because those men going fighting understand that they say, oh, a feeble woman. But don't forget, I'm your king. She cannot say king because she's a woman. The word queen is associated with somebody sitting at home. She cannot use the word monarch because it's universal and unisex, but is not understood by simple soldiers. So what does she do? But I have the heart and stomach of a king, of her father, Henry, right? See how clever. Does it matter in which language it is said? No. Again, in Russian, it would be koroleva, right? Imperatrica, that is the feminine gender for queen. But if you translate what she said from English into Russian, it will be absolutely the same. The heart and stomach of a king. Yeah? And the word king appears and the army follows her, right? I help students with deriving this formula into a wider context, into the triad principle. Although A, B, because firstly, secondly, thirdly, and again, do we need to say it in English or Russian? Never mind. The idea is to set your mind properly. And when you say because firstly, because secondly, because thirdly, or to do first, to do second, to do third, or due to first, second, third, you understand what you base your text on. It's not yet the text, and the thesis statement will be polished throughout the text, but the formula in whichever language helps. Then, here's where we go to the triad and the triad principle, which is, it is as old as humanity, 1, 2, 3, right? Beginning with fairy tales, but it is strictly followed in all Anglophone publications. You can find it everywhere, from structuring the text, structuring the sentence, giving examples. 1, 2, 3, Oxford comma, and here you are. Not 4, not 2, sometimes 2, but 3 is the most important. And we teach students on the metalinguistic level to choose the logic of the text they're going to write. That is, as you can see, it can be hierarchical, it can be classificational, the logic. It can be chronological. It can involve the 3 ideas. It can be, so the central idea should involve the 3 aspects of the text. If you have 3 parts or 3 chapters, good. If you have 4, you have to specify it. Yeah? And then the triad principle turns into mind mapping. By the way, these are the steps and the stages of writing which I follow in teaching my students in both English and Russian. They have to present a map of their text based on the logic of the triad. Whatever language, it doesn't matter. No sentences yet are there, but they are expected to be later in the outline. But when you have the 3 aspects, for instance, school uniforms, I give it as a classical example, right? So there are 3 parties involved: the society, schools, right, teachers, the child. So the psychological aspect of uniforms, and certainly the economic aspect, because parents have to pay. Is it good? Is it bad? So if you can see from the question that if I'm against school uniforms and say no to them, right, it will be against psychology, sociology, and economics. If I say yes to school uniforms, it will be absolutely the same. Because every time on the yes side, they say social equality, I will claim self-identity. When they say discipline, I say that groups are fighting, one school against the other. If they say traditions are kept, where is the freedom? So arguments will be different, but the aspects are the same. And when we start writing a text, we can turn this, so we will have 3 arguments for each aspect, topic point, and 3 examples, statistics, or references to support each argument. Then we start counting paragraphs. I say, students, how big is the text now? There is the introduction, which will contain the 3 blue points. Then you begin with blue point 1, which you have to choose because on paper it will be in order, right? Then each argument is developed. Then you get to the second point, develop the arguments, give examples, develop the next, go to conclusion. It will contain all the blue, one big answer, and you go on. So then they write an outline, and that's where the language comes in. They write in complete sentences, but still it's not yet the text. Yeah? And the outline may be well written in Russian, but the text will be written afterwards in English, and it's only then that we pay attention to the language. So just the example of whatever you do discussing the school uniform, you will have the society and the social aspect, psychology and the child, and parents on the side of the economy. Now, another thing is paragraph structure. We seem to get closer to language. However, the language doesn't matter. Russians are not taught how to write paragraphs, neither in schools nor at university level. How can you expect them to write proper paragraphs? Moreover, the structure of a paragraph doesn't rely on the language as well. Students have to be taught that there is the topic sentence and the details in the concluding sentence. And again, this is a translation from Oshma's book, right? So where we can see, it's a text about robots, that robots can carry out yellow, blue, and pink kinds of tasks. That is repetitive, dangerous, and complicated. The first example is developed about those repetitive, simplistic tasks. Then, how robots help in dangerous environment. And the last example is about surgery and how robots can assist the surgeon. The last example is most complicated, but we can show it in Russian or English, doesn't matter, that the logic is the triad principle, 3 examples, and their logic is also obvious because we begin with deduction from the simplistic, simple things to more complicated and most complicated, which follows the logic of chronology, by the way, because those primitive robots were invented first. Those in dangerous environment is second. And nanotechnologies or laser technologies are the uppermost, the top principle of robotics, right? Why not in Russian? Then, the structure of introduction of a scholarly paper, how it is organized. The first element, the intrigue, right? Catching the reader's attention, then the context, then the problem, then the thesis statement, then list the aspects, the topic points of your paper. When people don't know that the introduction should be in this particular order, their introductions are clumsy and need revision. Which language they are written in, even if they're written in good English, the introduction is wrong. And the same with conclusion. The 3 types of conclusion that we can get, that is the designative claim, the evaluative claim, and recommendations, that is prospects, recommendations, and evaluation, are the 3 main points which should be there. And there can be the limitations to the study, and we can provide exercises, activities, and discussions for students in Russian, so that they build their introductions and conclusions properly. The title of the paper, we are getting to research writing. For instance, so just take the technology of what Anglophone teaching, that Anglophone teaching uses, right? Here are the four examples of approximately the same topic, how to call a scientific paper. Not this one, not this one, this one, or that one. So students, when they are taught what an academic title should contain, they typically start feeling and understanding how to build a proper title. It should not contain metaphors. It should have the variable, the outcome, and the sample. You know, it comes like a discovery. It dawns on the audience of researchers when they understand that that's the way to form their titles on the triad principle. The abstract, and again, the IMRAD format is perfectly presented through Russian. But when researchers follow the IMRAD format, it doesn't matter in which language they write their paper. Because when they write abstracts, they have to write it both in Russian and in English, because in the databases, we can only find abstracts and titles in English. And they don't know how important it is to write an informative abstract, well structured in the IMRAD format, with all the results there. And I can show you the technology used widely by Anglophone teachers in English-speaking universities. For instance, here is a translation of a good abstract into Russian. So just to have a good example of it, right? And we use color, right, for the introduction, M, methodology, results, and discussion. Discussion is the weakest point. Russians typically avoid implications. They think that they have conducted their research, put a full stop, and that's it. They don't provide that overturned funnel for coming out of this text into broader discussion, right? The blue part is a good example of how results are presented in Russian abstracts, which you can see here, and how we work with scientists. So we start deleting, as a deleted words. Unnecessary words are deleted. Wordiness is our main drawback, right? When you cross out everything that is unnecessary, you start paraphrasing what is too wordy. Finally, we get such a text without any extra words. We have shortened it. Is it a good abstract? Definitely not, because it does not follow the IMRAD format properly. Yeah, and it's a real abstract of a real teacher, right? So the last sentence is the limitations to the study, which should be aware in the conclusion only. But what we can drag out of this phrase is that analysis has shown something, and it is not written, and the implications are not given, and the results are unclear, right? And a few words, I understand that I have approximately 4 minutes more, right? To show the trickiest thing, you know, sweets in the end. Syntax. There is no difference between English and Russian syntax. when it comes to academic writing. Subject, verb, object. What do Russians do? They can write object, verb, subject, object, subject without a verb, whatever. But this makes the text unclear. They use dashes instead, right? There is no cohesion, no repetition of keywords. The text becomes unreadable because it's written in a bureaucratic, nominalized language. So the first thing I would illustrate in Russian is parallelism, of which nobody has heard in Russia. So, and we have to think of how to transform, by the way, a very good sentence with a triad, but the three objects are given in three different ways. We choose the best one, apply the technology, and the sentence becomes parallel and well read. Or the second sentence, which needs two parallel sentences, for example. In Russian, it is all converted into passive, active, whatever. The second idea of syntax, not the last, is nominalization, which goes throughout most Russian publications. Students' texts who copy the style of their disciplinary texts in Russian, mostly the 19th century papers and books, which have nothing to do with today's requirements of clarity, conciseness, and brevity. So I translate John Bean's saying that successful writers express actions with verbs. And a nominalized, a person suffering from nominalization would write it this way, and I translated from Bean's text into Russian. And in my seminars, I emphasize the fact that it's not the Russian problem, it's an international problem. Avoid nominalization, because as John Bean says, nominalization is infested through unsafe contacts with bureaucrats, psychobubblers, and educational administrators, right? Everybody agrees. So the consequences of nominalization and wordiness are horrible. To find them in Russian is easier than in English when the language is your native tongue. And I would like to finish with, I believe I have 1 minute, by summing it all up through Jeffrey Vickers' book. There is a famous author, Sir Jeffrey Vickers, who wrote a marvelous book, The Art of Judgment, which was not on academic writing. It was a study of policymaking, as you can see. And this is a centenary edition of it. And there are so many prefaces and forewords, and we have to distinguish them. What I like in it is I ask students which part in those meta parts of the book is meant by the word poem. He wrote this poem. I give it both in English and Russian here. And the students find out that it's acknowledgement. Acknowledgement is a very important part of any book, any paper. You have to acknowledge that you are standing on the shoulders of others. Who in particular? But Sir Jeffrey Vickers chose another road in science, and he has no shoulders to stand on, although he does. And he wants to express acknowledgement and acknowledge other people's choices. So he wrote this poem as an acknowledgement. And when we see this acknowledgement, we understand the cultural dimension of his work, because he addresses all the community of scientists before him. The critical dimension, because he's introducing an absolutely new way in policymaking. and the operational, which is writing this poem, which is inventive, which is creative, operational thing. Yeah. So I'm ready to answer any questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Irina. Thank you for your great timing and very interesting presentation. Yeah, it is provocative, but I like all your presentations because they give so much thought.
Thank you.
Do we have questions? You can ask just only 1 or 2 questions maximum because we have
understand
another
that.
speaker. So there's a question from Evgenia Khabirova, our next speaker, by the way.
Irina Borisovna, thank you for your presentation. And first of all, before I ask a question, I would like to thank you for your wonderful models, which you described in your book. And I had opportunity to use them in my course for postgraduate students. And it was really helpful. Thank you so much, especially for 3D model and hamburger model. I found it really useful. So, and the question concerns submission to the Russian journals after the course which you teach in English for research publication purposes. So, do students ever submit their articles to the Russian journals? Because you say that language is not important and this model can be applied even to the Russian publications.
That's a very good and big question because, you know, even now, there is an ongoing conference of Нарушение заимствований, which is about publications, right, and avoiding plagiarism. There was the NACON conference just this year, and I led the round table on Russian journals, right? I was surprised because there are already teachers who follow it in Russian. The problem is, if we improve academic writing, metalinguistically and linguistically, in Russian, we help to improve Russian publications. And if we improve Russian publications, Russian journals, raising their impact, they become more visible, the Russian publications. They have to pay special attention, and that's why I have special seminars on that. How important is your English abstract and title, because it's a tiny thing as compared to the whole text, but it's the only thing that is visible to the global academic community. So when we improve Russian journals, you know, the interest of editors at the conference was immense. I typically look like, you know, when it finishes, I'm all surrounded by editors of Russian journals who ask us, and I think the consortium should do that, Lena, absolutely, help editors of Russian journals understand how to fight those academically illiterate papers that contain good knowledge, and how to fight papers by people with doctoral degrees that contain nothing new, only words, words, words. So this is the biggest Russian problem, I believe. So definitely, Zhenya, we have to help writers in Russia write properly in Russian. Then they publish in Russian, they improve their Russian journals, and certainly they work it all on further, and they can publish international, and it will be the same. At least the abstract and title should respond to the requirements that are international.
Thank you.
Thank you, Irina. You know, we are in the same boat, yeah?
So,
We have a lot to do, okay? Not only with English, but with Russian as well. And that's a good initiative. We need to start probably a series of different webinars and workshops for Russian editors and writers as well. Thank you.
Irina.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have our next speaker, Evgenia Khabirova. Evgenia is a candidate of Science and Philology, head of Academic Writing Office, Associate Professor at the Department of Foreign Languages, South Ural State University in Chelyabinsk, a great friend of all of us and a member of the consortium. And in her presentation, from what I understood, you are going to focus, you will provide insight into methods of teaching research writing and speaking to future philologists in the process of presenting a master's thesis in English, right? Right. You're welcome.
Hello, dear colleagues. I'm happy to be here with all of you, and I'm happy to see all my friends and colleagues here at this wonderful conference. And today I'm going to present on the topic teaching research writing and speaking to international master students. I'm going to share my experience of creating a specific course for the students who are philologists. So first of all, a couple of details about the program we deliver to international students at South Ural State University. So this is a philology program, and the major is theory and practice of English. At the end of the course, students get their master's degree if they complete it successfully. And the whole program is taught in English, and the audience is international students. We have students from Iraq, from China, from Vietnam, from Egypt, and so most of them have different educational background. But in general, the major group of students usually have bachelor degrees in translation studies or English. So no matter how common their education background is, at the same time, they have different methods of teaching at their previous university where they received their bachelor degrees. That is why when they come to our university, when they need to work with their research papers, they have to adapt to our own conventions, to our own requirements, which we pose to the students of a master degree. So that is why I decided to create a specific course which is supplementary to their main program, and the name of this course is Successful Strategies for Thesis Writing. There were two main aims which I wanted to achieve during creating this course. First of all, it aims to prepare students for scientific research in linguistics in the form of term papers and theses. I should mention that during the first 3 terms, students are aimed to prepare their term papers, and the final stage at the 4th term is to prepare their research theses. And the second aim, which was important for this course, is to provide students with useful information on the stages of research paper writing, requirements for paper design, research analysis, and methods of presenting the results. On this slide, you can see a template cover page, which is required for the students to be prepared. And after completing the course, students will be able to identify the research gap, identify the purpose and objectives of the research paper, and plan their research process. After that, they are taught how to write a literature review and use proper referencing strategies, citation styles, and paraphrasing. Also, they learn how to use the most common research methods in linguistics and ways of data collection. After that, they learn how to describe and summarize the data and interpret the results. When their paper is almost designed, they also learn how to format the research paper according to the requirements of the university. And they get special templates for the introduction, for the abstract, for the contents, and also for the main part of their thesis. So they are guided throughout their whole research process. And finally, they are also taught how to deliver a research, how to deliver their research findings at an international conference or amongst their group mates. And they also learn how to create a PowerPoint slideshow. And today I'm going to show you the structure of this course and comment upon some typical tasks the students are asked to complete. So the course structure is presented on the slide, and so it contains 6 main sections. The first one is a preliminary stage. The second is a literature review and data collection, then research methods, results, presentation, which deals with oral presentation, and finally Q&A session, which is also closely related to presenting their findings. And here you can see the first section of the course, which is a screenshot from the LMS course. Yes, I should also note that this course is supplementary and it can be taken by the students on their own pace. They can do it as a kind of self-studies, and that is why it is not accompanied by any live sessions or any live lectures. That is why general information includes all the instructions students have to follow. Here you can see that, of course, there is a section with announcements and forum discussion. And sometimes if the students need consultation, individual consultation from the teacher, they can ask for such a consultation, and there is an opportunity to have a video conference with the teacher where they can discuss the students' personal questions. Also, this section includes some useful resources which are general and do not apply to any particular section. So here they have a guide how to write a master thesis. This guide is prepared by the professors of the department, and it includes all the basic requirements to their master thesis and term papers. Also, they have some useful books about the projects in linguistics, about how to write a dissertation in linguistics. So, and of course, a separate file, which is taken from the first guide, how to write a master thesis. But my experience shows that international students need very specific recommendations and instructions how to write a thesis, especially on formatting rules. And Iraqi students have lots of challenges while formatting their papers, because you know that they write vice versa, unlike we do it in English or in Russian. That's why their even computer settings or laptop settings differ greatly, and they have lots of difficulties while formatting their papers in English. And of course, this section includes cover page template, which can be filled by necessary details, the student's name, the supervisor, and their thesis topic. As for the types of tasks which are included into this course, they are presented as well. So first of all, they are asked to identify their research topic, the research purpose and objectives, and they make up a thesis outline. So, and I think this is a very important task to make a thesis outline, because it helps them to plan their progress in writing, and it helps them to structure their work upon their research. Also, they have to provide a literature review and then analyze the data, applying the appropriate research methods. Also, they are asked to present their data as a table or chart or a diagram or any other illustrative material. After that, the students are asked to present the final copy of the thesis and get the feedback from their supervisor. When the paper is ready, when the draft paper is ready, the students study the section with presentation formats and the requirements, and after that they are asked to write a speech for their thesis defense, and finally make up a PowerPoint slideshow. And I would like to focus on such an important part of this process as peer assessment. So here we can see a photo of one of the previous international students who successfully graduated from our program. So, and it shows that the students are usually so inspired and motivated to perform peer assessment. And of course, here they first of all look at some sample copies, at some sample extracts or texts, which they are asked to provide afterwards. And this is a really helpful task, because it helps them, first of all, focus on some other previous positive points and strengths of the previous papers, and after that, use such papers or extracts as a model to follow when writing their own papers. And also when they write a literature review, they also focus on the previous papers. Usually we have a collection of the papers presented by the previous students. I bring these papers in a written format to the class, and the students just look them through, finding some common features. If the students followed the requirements or not, they analyze it, discuss together, and after that they find some requirements they have to follow. One more important task is academic vocabulary task. Here we discuss, the students get the information how to use reporting verbs, hedging devices, making claims, and acknowledging limitations. And after that, after they have studied all these points, they're asked to analyze the extract and underline the devices. After that, they are also asked to analyze the meaning of these devices, if they were used properly or not, what is their function, and do they really contribute to the understanding of the whole paragraph or text. Also, they can be asked to fill in the gaps with the appropriate device, and finally write a page for their own term paper or thesis using one of these devices. And now I should also mention the phrase bank. I'm sure you all know this resource. which is really helpful for international students when writing their research papers, because it really helps to find useful models and patterns for various research processes. So it is really convenient because the students can find an appropriate pattern according to the structure of their paper. So you can find the tabs on the main page of this site, yeah. So including introduction, referencing, main part, which includes describing methods and methodology, also literature review and how to write conclusions. And usually students are really happy to use these models because they help them to structure their papers and to make the text more concise and understandable. And now I'm going to show you this, the course itself, the structure. So preliminary stage, which I mentioned, contains specific resources about the elements of structure of a thesis, parts of a thesis, how to write a linguistic proposal. So, and most of these resources are presented as hyperlinks from the internet, from some approved, so to say, resources, which they can watch at their own pace, study, take notes, and after that apply to their own research process. And the task which follows is to identify the research topic, so identify the research purpose and objectives, and finally make up a thesis outline. Of course, it is not a self-study course, which is kind of unguided. They can always refer to the professor, to their supervisor, and ask for help, ask for the feedback. That is why they can always get some recommendations how to improve or what to do next. The next stage is literature review and data collection. At this stage, when the students have their outline ready, they are asked to study some other resources, which include getting started with Mendeley. You know that it is a really helpful free reference manager. And they also studied on their own. They watched the video, how it can be installed on their desktops or laptops, and how can they so improve their process of reference managing. Also, an overview how to write an abstract, some common mistakes, and different ways to structure the literature review. After they have watched all the videos and studied all these important issues, they are asked to write a literature review. This is the final task at this stage. Next is the section related to research methods. So here they study specific methods. As I told, the students are the future linguists and philologists and specialists in linguistics. That is why this section is topically oriented at linguistic students. That is why this section contains materials related to linguistic research and methods which are used specifically in this very field. Quantitative and qualitative methods of analysis, and also some other methods of research which can be used in linguistics. And finally, they are asked to analyze their materials, applying the appropriate research methods. The next stage is related to results. And here, the final task is to present the data as a table, chart, or diagram. That is why the students have particular examples in the form of PowerPoint slides, where they can find some good and bad examples of charts, diagrams, and this is also self-studied material where they can easily understand what is good and what is bad when they have different examples. So placed all together on one slide, and they can compare and see which is better, which is bad, and which model to follow. So, and also some useful resources in the form of YouTube videos and even and even a book, Slidology. Next one is a speaking task when they are asked to present their results to the public. And usually, as part of this process, I try to take my students to some upcoming conference. Usually there are some conferences for the students at our university or some other universities of our city where they can perform their kind of intermediate results and practice in presenting their findings to the public. And when they have an opportunity to participate in several conferences, it is always a pleasure. It is always pleasure to watch the progress they present, because when they present at their very first conference, they feel shy, unconfident. They don't know how to deal with questions, especially with tough questions. They don't know how to deal with technical problems and some other issues which can take place during presenting in front of an audience. And finally, when they have the second or the third presentation, and especially when they present at their thesis defense, we see this progress because the students feel much confidence. They know how to deal with these questions, how to present, how to answer, and so on. So this section aims to help them present their final results in an appropriate way, to manage time of their speech and to deal with the audience. And yes, and also there is one more section which is closely related to presentation, which is Q&A session. And they also have a set of videos which help them to understand how to deal with various types of questions. Tough questions, the questions they don't know how to answer, or maybe their research is not related to, and so on. And finally, I would like to focus on the course outcomes, which we observed during the previous years. Of course, the course helps to develop the students' academic literacy. It helps to improve the quality of research papers or term papers, even scientific articles they apply to international journals, and their theses. It can also help to improve students' interaction with their supervisor, because sometimes international students do not know what to ask about. They do not know what problems can arise. And when they see such a structured course, they at least get some ideas what to speak about with their supervisor, and they can get more oriented, more specific feedback on their papers. And finally, it helps to use better time management for their self-studies, because, as I told, this course is supplementary. That is why students can use their own speed. They can do it from time to time, or set a specific schedule for getting this course. That is why it also develops not only academic literacy, but their time management skills. Thank you so much, and I'm ready to answer your questions if you have any.
Questions? There's a question from Svetlana Suchkova, our yesterday's speaker.
Thank you, Zhenya, very much.
No, this is not fine, Svetlana, because, okay, there's live streaming.
Thank you very much, Zhenya. It looks like a very good course, really. My question is about collaboration with supervisors and who provides comments on content. Thank you.
Thank you, Svetlana Anatolievna, for the question. So collaboration with supervisors happens regularly, on a regular basis. And the supervisors, of course, provide comments on the contents. So, and the teacher of the course can provide only some basic feedback concerning the structure of this very course, because the supervisor is more involved in the particular topic the student is dealing with. That is why this is the responsibility of the supervisor more than the teacher.
Probably I also have a question, if I may. Can I? Yes, sure. So one of the tasks that you mentioned, in particular task 6, is about writing a speech for the thesis defense. So my question is it a compulsory task or optional? If it is compulsory, what is the purpose of writing a speech for your thesis, for the defense? And do you also evaluate this work, provide feedback, or so when they have their speech written, do they rehearse and rehearse and rehearse, memorize, learn by heart, and then present? So what is the purpose? How do you use this task to boost their writing activity?
So as my topic says, it is not only teaching writing, but also presenting skills. That is why concerning this very task, it is aimed at developing their presentation skills mostly. And sometimes we watch some videos about the previous defenses. If the students do not object, if they don't mind, I record their previous thesis. We watch together and analyze and comment upon the tone, the speech, the fluency, and so on, managing time, and many other points we discuss together, and the students have kind of a model to follow when preparing their own thesis defense speech. It helps them, first of all, to structure their speech and not to be aside their topic. So it helps them to focus on their results and findings. And usually, yes, they're asked to rehearse and rehearse, and even to rehearse it on their own with their video recording and so voice recorder to see if they manage to follow the time requirements or not, because the students are required to present their findings in 7 to 10 minutes.
Thank you. Does anyone have any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, we have another great speaker, Amanda Wagner, who's working in the same academic writing office at the South Ural State University in Chelyabinsk. Amanda, okay. While Amanda is preparing for her presentation, I will tell you about Amanda, because her biography is exciting, in my opinion. Yeah. So Amanda Wagner is now living in Chelyabinsk. After completing her bachelor's degree in international relations, certainly with honors, at the University of North Texas, Amanda moved to Chelyabinsk, which is in Russia, and that happened in 2014. She completed a master's degree in Russian as a foreign language, also with honors, at South Ural State University, then a postgraduate program in linguistics and literacy studies. Amanda began working in this academic writing center as a translator in 2015, then later joined the academic writing office as a proofreader, and her research interests include discourse analysis and professional discourse. Some of you probably met Amanda in 2019 when we were organizing a conference, and then I used English just to communicate with Amanda. But today, Amanda asked me, why do you speak Russian with me? Because I forgot that Amanda is American. She has no accent at all. Okay, welcome, Amanda. And you will, you will tell the audience what you are going to speak about. I'm not stealing your time. Okay.
Hello, yes, my name is Amanda. Maybe some of you who spoke to me in the last few days didn't realize I was American. I appreciate that compliment. Certainly Russian is a very difficult language, but I think I've managed to learn it quite well. So I wanted to begin with a few caveats. I am not an academic writing scholar, so I'm certainly impressed by all the presentations I've listened to. I'm not really able to explain things as deeply as some of the Russian and American scholars we've listened to. I'm also not an English teacher, so my job at our university, within our office, is to proofread. And in some ways, that can be the easiest part, is to correct grammar mistakes, right? But I hope that, so I wanted to just speak about my observations, I guess, about my, my intimate knowledge of the Russian education system in terms of how that differs maybe from the expectations that we have in the United States. So I did complete my bachelor's degree in Texas. I'm from Texas. And then the next 2 degrees, 2.5, or 1.5, I suppose, were from South York State University. So I want to begin by just speaking about, there we go, about South Ural State University, because I think it's very easy to assume that sort of the Moscow experience, the level of English in Moscow is present in universities across Russia, which is certainly not the case. And I think that the models used in Moscow are excellent. And I think ultimately the goal of every university across Russia should be to be able to fine-tune writing, right? Be able to accept texts written in English by their colleagues and just make some minor corrections. Unfortunately, that's not the case in Chelyabinsk, and specifically at South Ural State University. So the reality is that most of our colleagues maybe have a little bit of conversational English, but they certainly don't have strong English. And I absolutely agree with Dr. Korotkina that, I almost switched into Russian, that language knowledge in and of itself is not necessarily enough to make a really strong text, right? And so when you have this collection of staff members who don't speak English, it has certain challenges, and we have to sort of base our model, the model of our office, on the reality that these people need to or really want to publish, right? They have maybe different motivations for that. They could have been, there's an excellent English word which you may or may not know, voluntold. So it's like добровольно-принудительно, like you should publish. No, you should publish in English, right? And of course, this year has brought some changes to publication activity within Russian universities. And unfortunately, we have noticed that once these demands had been sort of removed from our colleagues, we definitely have seen way fewer texts being sent to us. So once they're not required to do this, they kind of, oh, okay, right? So I think that their motivation for most of our colleagues is simply to publish, right? So then it becomes difficult to assume, okay, we have to teach them really good English academic writing. Well, do they really want that? Do they really need that? Right, so they just want to publish. I think there's certainly some merit in that motivation of whether they want to publish because they want to share their knowledge, whether they need to publish because their department head has told them in very clear terms, you have to publish, right? So our model at our university involves translation of full texts, right? So I would say it's kind of a necessary evil in a way, because if we don't offer translation services, then we have a greatly reduced volume of publications from our university. As we all know, this can affect the financing of the university. It can affect the visibility of our university, right? So I think that although translation of text is not great in the long term, I think it's a good intermediary tool, right? And the other sort of fact is that if we don't provide translation, then many of our colleagues will simply turn to machine translation, right? They'll simply put their text into Google or DeepL and maybe change a few words here and there and assume, okay, I can send this to a journal. And the other unfortunate reality is that there are a number of journals within Russia who are English speaking who will accept this. They accept this text, and people have sort of learned that I can get away with this, right? And just speaking of translation, right? Why I think that our experience is interesting to other universities as well is that when we think of translation, right, we think of translating whole texts. We think of using machine translation. We think of sending our texts to a translator. But really, until you become fully proficient in English, you're still acting as your own translator in a way. So a lot of us maybe write our texts in our first native language, right, and then translate them into the target language. So when we talk about sort of issues of translation, these issues also apply to non-native speakers as well, right? And so that's like the first level would be like translating full texts, right? After that, you get into sort of what I would call like internal translation, like serving as your own translator, where you are looking at the sentence level, right? You're translating the sentence, again, with the help of DeepL, maybe, or Google Translate, maybe. But you're still using the same strategies you use in your source language, your native language, right? And then eventually, as we become more and more proficient in our second language, then we're only translating maybe keywords, we're only translating maybe terminology, and that has its own challenges as well. So sort of the first level, again, would be like just translating texts. So I've noticed among my colleagues, actually at different universities, not just my university, that there's this idea that machine translation is good enough, and we can just go back and quickly change a few words, maybe add some set phrases that we see from phrase banks, and this will be fine. So there are still really a number of problems with machine translation. First of all, neither Google nor DeepL can look at the whole text, right? I think actually DeepL can, but there are limits to the free version, right? And ultimately, a AI translation service will never, I shouldn't say never, but is not going to know the nuances of specific fields as well as somebody who is a scholar in that field, right? So this is just an example from one of the texts we've worked with, where we can see that, first of all, it's very choppy in English, right? It's the meaning of the sentence has really been changed, right? So we have like, in the original, we have like актуальность, which is a favorite Russian word, right? Предупредила направление работы, right? But in the machine translation, we have sort of the opposite meaning. And that's just one of the weaknesses of machine translation, right? And once we've moved on past, sort of this idea that, okay, we can just put a paragraph into Google or into DeepL, we get into maybe writing in English, but still thinking in Russian and sort of translating our thoughts into English as we write, or writing your text, right, and then kind of going back. So again, these are just my observations, some things I've noticed that this comes from the expectations that are given to Russian students, right? What they need in their course papers. So we know in the course papers, right, teachers often expect, okay, what's the subject, object, цели, right? They have these very specific bullet points. And I find that sometimes this idea of just saying, like, this is important because the subject of my study is. It's certainly not incorrect English, but it sounds very odd to a native English speaker. It sounds kind of like a paper you might find in like elementary school, secondary school, where people are still learning how to express their thoughts, right? And of course we have some cliches that are left behind. You know, to the question of, especially like article titles are usually one of my least favorite things to translate or to proofread, because it's incredibly difficult, and you end up really getting a totally different title if you want it to sound good in English, right? But nevertheless, I see quite often that Russian writers will leave in to the question of, on the materials of, on the example of. And have the first point right about telling versus showing, and I think I explained that a little bit already. This is important because, right, the object of our study is. I can also see this in the actual text, where rather than explaining their results, rather than describing why these results are interesting, they can simply say, as we can see from the table, as the temperature increased, we noticed this, right? And this is important because. So in some ways, Russian writing can be almost too direct, but it also can be very obfuscated, where we rely on wordiness. And I think this comes from maybe the idea among students, or even among experienced colleagues, that in Russian, that the more sort of fancy ways we can explain things, the longer our sentences. Maybe that sounds good in Russian. I don't personally agree as a non-native Russian speaker. I find that when I read the source texts that are in Russian, they're incredibly difficult to understand even in Russian. So especially in the context of these texts being translated, it's nearly impossible to expect that this text will sound good and clear after it's gone through a translation, whether that means you translating it, whether that means machine translating it, whether that means translation services have been used, and then it's being proofread. And some other issues I've noticed, right, and this goes back to what Dr. Korotkina was talking about, how there's not necessarily a big focus on structure in the sort of Russian academic setting. And I find that sometimes we can see a lot of just, we don't see the IMRAD format necessarily, we see just section 1, 1.1.1.1.2, 1.1.1.1.3. And another big misconception that I've seen is that we don't really have an idea of what plagiarism is, maybe. And so, of course, we have just the basic idea of plagiarism, right, would be just copying and pasting someone else's work into our papers. And you might be surprised to learn that we see this even among very accomplished, highly published authors at our university, where they've taken materials from a different source and they've put in their paper and they think, okay, that's good. And again, I think this can maybe be explained by the fact that this is like maybe an old school way of thinking that has not necessarily adopted international standards. But we also have, is still considered plagiarism if you've taken somebody's text and just slightly changed some words, right? So of course you can get around citation, rather plagiarism check software by doing so. But it's still considered plagiarism. It's still not your thoughts It's still not your original research. You can maybe trick the system, but it's still considered plagiarism. And another thing I have noticed is that I see a lot of either incorrect citations, so that could mean, for example, citing something that's been cited somewhere else, right? Maybe we found a really good text we like, and we think, okay, I can take their citations, put them in my paper, change a little bit here and there, and that's okay. That still will be considered plagiarism, right? And have noticed as well that there sometimes tends to be a tendency to include sources or citations simply to have them, right? So there's this kind of idea that the more sources I have, the better my paper sounds, the better my paper looks. If you have a really large list of references, maybe my paper seems more impressive. But we should remember that we should only really cite and use the materials that add something to our paper, and not just to have more sources, but things that really expand the topic, right? So another mistake I've noticed, and this is more, I guess, when we get to people who are able to write on their own, right? This also is something that's important for translators to hear, is that there's a pretty big reliance on these sort of quick tools or fast tools that take individual words out of context. So I've noticed a couple issues with using these tools. And I would also put here things like ref and write or academic phrase banks. They're certainly great tools, but it's important to realize that you can't simply choose one of these words and put it in your paper and assume, okay, this is what this means, right? So we did have a paper, it was a quite difficult paper to proofread for a number of reasons. I think the text in Russian was weak, and then there were some certain strategies used by the translator that were not quite correct. And one of those strategies was, just to give you context, it was talking about like the ceiling systems, how they're fastened to the support system, what bolts and screws are used. And so it's an incredibly technical text. And unfortunately, the translator had opened up Multitran, which is a great tool, right? And I think they assumed that one of these words has to be correct, and they sort of chose the strategy of, well, I'll use assembly here, I'll use node here, I'll use junction here, and since, you know, within Multitran it's saying it's all the same translation, I think it's good. It's not, we're not repeating this word, but really in a text like that, in that specific context, you really want to use, you want to be consistent, right? If it's this kind of screw or if it's this kind of unit, we want to keep using that word so they understand, the reader understands what exactly we're talking about. So that's, Multitran's a great tool, but it's kind of a preliminary step. You first can maybe find the translation, but then you really need to start looking for those translations in context to understand if they're really quite what you want to say. So a little bit better than something like Multitran, a little bit, not really that much better. It would be something like Reverso Context, which is also a great site. I think it's not necessarily a great tool for academics, for academic writing in general, but it's good for sort of making sure that at least this means what we think it means, right? But really, the best way to check our translations of specific terminology, it would be to try and find published texts and really read these texts, and try to also check that the phrases we're using are not only exclusively used by Russian authors. I see this pretty often. If I'm proofreading a text, I've come across a phrase that's a little bit odd. and I maybe look just in, I think we all know, like, you can put quotation marks around a phrase, it will find the exact phrase. And I wouldn't say it's necessarily 100% indication that a translation is wrong if it's only used by Russian authors, right? But it should give you pause. It should make you think, okay, maybe this is sort of direct translation that is not really often used by English speakers. So this is, once again, we translate our texts and then we offer proofreading services. So we have several proofreaders, we have 3, but none of us is an expert in all fields. And certainly legal texts are quite difficult for even native English speakers to understand. So this is just an example of a phrase that sounded quite odd to me. I thought it was a mistranslation. Because when I thought of defect, I thought of things like a mechanical error or a structural error, like some kind of inclusion in the mix, something like that. But it turns out that this phrase is a common phrase, and it's totally correct. So these tools can be great for checking to make sure that these make sense in context, right? And of course, the best tool, if a person has the English mastery level necessary to make sure that they're translating terminology correctly, would be, of course, to use something like ScienceDirect or any other really database to not only read. Well, I think it's very easy to tell people, if you want to write better text, you should read. Well, okay, reading a lot is great, right? But I think it's important to remember too that you have to read about your own subject, and these resources can be a great way to do that. They define the term at the top, right? ScienceDirect, and they offer a bunch of texts, several texts that provide context for this word to make sure it's being correctly used. And another tool that can be really great, especially for these more technical texts, is to find like product catalogs. And this is going back to the previous article I mentioned about the sealing systems. So these are very specific words, right? We have to be very careful about using the finding equivalence, right, from the Russian text into the English text. And I was a bit lucky in this case because they mentioned the brand of fasteners being used, right? So I was able to find a product catalog that had the exact translations of these words. But I think that's pretty rare, that we have like, a specific brand of something that we can find the explanation of. Another great tool would be to find field-specific dictionaries, right, which don't just tell you this word means this, but they have a definition of this word, right? And that has been a really good tool if I'm unsure of the way a translator has translated something, because once again, I'm not an expert in every field. This has been a good tool to be able to sort of understand how that word is used in Russian, and then also if it's being used correctly in English. So I hope that was interesting. It's just some of my observations, maybe some of the common mistakes I see or the common misconceptions, right? Yeah, that's about it.
Oh, can I switch? Yeah, thank you, Amanda. Does anyone have any questions? Then I do have a question. So speaking about field-specific dictionaries that are very useful, but are you sure that all these dictionaries can catch up with all the changes, fast developing fields, okay? So we know how difficult it is to publish a book. It takes sometimes years. So the moment you compile vocabulary or thesaurus for the field, new terms pop out. Do you use any technology, digital technology, AI technology, to help you use present-day terminology while editing or proofreading or teaching your students or researchers while writing their papers?
I think that's a great point. I think it's always important when you're using even technology, right? Things like Multitran, once again, it's important to realize that you can't always trust the source, right? You have to realize that these are human beings who often err, that are adding these entries to both paper dictionaries and to online dictionaries, right? So that's, I think the easiest way, once again, is to use both field-specific dictionaries and things like Multitran as sort of a first step. We find a possible translation for something, right? And then we refer back to, once again, something like Science Direct, Google Scholar, and we try to find not only texts that are published in this field, but also, I would say, maybe the last at least 10 years. That's a very helpful tool to set a filter. Okay, since 2012, right? This is actually something I think that Russian students are often told as well, is to try to find newer texts, which I think is one thing that sort of the American school of, literally American schools, right, and Russian schools have in common, is that they do stress finding up-to-date sources, right? I think that can be a great tool for translators as well, to make sure that we're looking at the last maybe 10 years.
Any other questions? Yeah, sure.
If you allow me, Amanda, it was absolutely amazing and very informative speech, and I wanted to know something. How often do you deal with semantic gaps or fuzzy lexical sets, and what are you doing with it?
So that's a good question. So I can speak about like a specific, I guess, genre of text that is really difficult to translate, and that would be anything related to education in Russia, because there's such a wide range of terms that are used in Russian, especially like hyphenated terms, which sound quite odd in English. To be quite honest, I haven't really found out how to make sure that the meaning is totally being passed along, right? I know that Dr. Korotkina has written about this too. As I remember correctly, I believe she's the one that introduced akademichеское письмо as a term, right, in Russia. And I remember, I unfortunately don't remember what exactly the proposed option was in the sort of Russian school of thought. But yeah, to be honest, I don't really always know how to do that correctly. But I think, once again, just finding authentic texts, finding recently published texts is really the best way. Reading a lot is not enough, but finding specific things within this field. Right?
Any other questions? Thank you, Amanda. Thank you. So during the lunch break, which is coming, you can also ask Amanda lots of questions if you find this important and necessary. She's a great person to speak to. Thank you. So, and now we have another speaker. Can you change the presentation? Can you help us with the presentation? We need to change the presentation. Yeah, Natalia Fedorova. Yesterday, we listened to a presentation by Svetlana Stojkova, Director of Academic Writing Center at Higher School of Economics. And Natalia Fedorovna is thought partner, member of the community at Higher School of Economics, and manager. Are you a manager? So you're a manager in that center. Natalia is a manager at the Academic Writing Center. She has over 15 years of teaching practice in a variety of different contexts. She holds a degree in English philology, and her professional interests include EAP, ESP, teacher training, professional management, and education. And today, Natalia will tell us how to cater to academics' needs while working in the writing center and beyond this environment.
Okay,
Thank you.
welcome.
Thank you, Elena, very much. I'm really honored to be here today and to be the part of this wonderful community. And I would like to thank Elena for inviting me to speak at this conference. As Elena have said, I represent the Academic Writing Center of the High School of Economics here. And yesterday, Svetlana Stojkova, the director of the center, gave a presentation in which she outlined our activities a little bit. And I'm going to speak just a little bit about it today, but I'm mostly going to focus on the Academic Writing Center as a research center. And my talk today is mostly in three parts. I will give some background. Okay. Yeah, thank you, sorry. I will give some background to our research and explain why we're a research center and what kind of service we conduct. And I will speak a little bit about our client profile because we're a faculty-based writing center and we work with academics. Then I will talk about a specific survey on autonomy in writing that we conducted. What was the reasoning behind that, what the procedure was, and what the findings were. And then I will present an educational product that was born from this survey partially, and that we're really proud of. By the way, I have this product, the workbooks we have created here. So if you are interested, you can all have a look at them later. So first of all, I'd like to point out the Academic Writing Center at the High School of Economics is a multifunctional center, and we work in several capacities. Of course, we're an educational hub. We conduct courses and workshops, about 10 courses every year and about 20 workshops. We're also a research lab because we carry out research to meet our own research needs. And we're also a resource center because we provide numerous resources, both printed and online on our website, to our clients, and the consultancy service because consultations, one-on-one consultations, are the most popular service of the center. I'm not going to stop at all the other activities of the center in detail. If you are interested, you can visit our website where you can find the information about all our projects. And I would like to start with a question: why does a writing center need to do research in general? So we set our own goals for research. First of all, we need to do it to build the learner's profile. We are working with very special learners with very specific learning needs, and we would like to offer them products that cater to those needs. And that's why we need to build their profile. We need to identify these needs and expectations. We need to identify clients' challenges, both the challenges that they themselves perceive as challenges and that they are aware of, and the challenges that are noticed by them and that they are not aware of. We need to identify those challenges as well. And of course, we need to do research to improve the quality of our services. The feedback we collect determines the directions of our work and directly influences the changes that we make to our products. To meet all these goals, we conduct several surveys that are quite regular. To build the learner's profile and identifying their needs and expectations, we have the annual AWC survey with our own set of questions, which we have compiled to answer all the questions that were set. And we also take part in the university biannual survey. We develop a block of questions for the Department of Analytics, and they include our block into their survey, which the academics of the High School of Economics complete. To identify the client's challenges, we have a very special project, a diagnostic module for high potential group. High potential group is one of the groups that we work with
And we can say that they are target audience. And we have been conducting this module annually since 2018, and it has been very successful. To improve the quality of services, we collect feedback. We create feedback forms after absolutely every event that we hold, and every project, every new project that we develop, everything is followed by a feedback form, and we stick to this rule. I have already mentioned the learner's profile and that we work with very special people. And here you can see, for example, the evaluation of their level. On the left, you can see how they evaluated themselves. And these are the results of this year's survey. You can see that they consider themselves advanced mostly and upper intermediate. So we really have to work with learners with very high level of English proficiency. And on the right, you can see the results of the diagnostic module of this year. And here we can see that the level is probably not so high, which is not surprising. But it's also the generally upper intermediate, and we can also see that the results for speaking are a little bit better than the results for writing, which is also not surprising because writing is a very challenging skill to develop. We hypothesize that our learners are highly autonomous, and this is based on one of the questions of our annual survey that we include every year. We ask our clients to say how they prepare an article for publication. And as you can see, a greater majority write articles by themselves in English. And the majority of those who don't write articles in English translate the articles themselves. And only a little small proportion of our clients use somebody's help to translate articles. So we really face very well-prepared and autonomous learners. So I would like to speak about a special study we conducted last year. It was a survey on autonomy in writing. We conducted it in collaboration with one of our consultants, David Connolly. The study was in the form of an online questionnaire. Almost 120 researchers who were all our clients because they had attended at least one event at the Academic Writing Center before. They completed the study, and they needed to evaluate 7 statements describing various aspects of writing independently. They need to evaluate them on a scale from 1 to 4, where 1 meant, I definitely agree with this is true about me, and 4 meant, I definitely disagree. And the questions we set for this study were the following. How autonomous do academics consider themselves to be? In which areas do they feel more confident, and which skills need further development? In which areas they themselves feel that they need help? And of course, the main question here is what we as educators can do to meet their needs. The findings show that the hypothesis about their high autonomy was correct. And the majority of the people who answered the survey believe that they can write in English independently. They believe they can do it themselves. They also believe that they can identify materials that help them to improve their writing in English, and they can find answers to their questions. And this is really interesting because this is traditionally the role of a teacher to select materials and to provide answers to the questions. But our learners are pretty confident that they can do it themselves. And they also believe that they can choose vocabulary and grammar that clearly expresses what they want to say. And these results show that they are truly independent writers in English, although English is not their native language. There are areas where they feel less confident, but when I say less confident, I mean that it's really in comparison with the other aspects, because their confidence is really high even here, but still a lower percentage of respondents believe they can improve their writing independently and believe that they can study writing in English independently. So this is where they need help. They need help to improve their writing skills. I have a handout here. Actually, I have printed it and prepared it. If you are interested, you can have a look at it. These are the findings across the levels, and I would like to comment just a little bit on the results. It's interesting that the areas of high and low confidence are different in different levels. Of course, it's expected, it's not unexpected, that the learners of the level A2 and lower do not feel confident that they can write in English independently, unlike the learners with C1 and C2 levels. For the learners of C1 and C2 levels, the area of lower confidence is accuracy, actually. And this is not surprising because they are exposed to samples of text of high quality, and they compare their own texts with the text of other people. And sometimes they may find, they can see inaccuracies, and they can find their own writing skills inferior. So here the maybe anxiousness increases. So you can have a look at this if you are interested. And we thought what we can do to cater to those needs. What kind of educational support, what kind of projects can we offer to support this autonomy, to develop it, and to help our learners with this. And one of the questions in our annual study is about the preferred format of educational events. Of course, the majority of respondents prefer workshops and webinars, and courses are also very popular. But in 2020, we included in this survey the question about self-study materials because we wanted to see how popular they would be. And it turned out that, as you can see, quite more than half of our clients would like to work with self-study materials. And this also influenced our decision to develop these materials, especially for our learners. The development of these materials was part of a continuous development program for teachers of English, School of Trainers, AWC School of Trainers, which we carried out in 2020. And here in this slide, you can see the process of creating these materials, which was rather complex. We started with the needs analysis, which I have just told you about. And the participants of the School of Trainers developed first, they wrote the rationale for the materials. Then they developed some exercises and got feedback from their mentor. And there were several rounds of revisions after different types of feedback. There was a revision after mentor's feedback, after peer feedback, and finally after trainer's feedback. And at the end of this process, we, the team of the Academic Writing Center, created the design of the materials and prepared them for printing. And we believe that these materials cater to our learners' needs for several reasons, because they, first of all, because they meet a number of requirements. First of all, they're targeted at the level which is the most widespread among our clients. This is B2, B2 plus level, upper intermediate level, and above. They focus on the most relevant topics. I forgot to mention that part of our annual survey is a question about preferred topics. We always ask our clients what topics for workshops and courses they would like to study. And in our self-study materials, we focused on the most popular topics. This is, for example, IMRAD model, grammar, certain functions. The self-study materials, the workbooks also focus on autonomy. They have clear, concise instructions, and we were very particular about it. We wrote and rewrote the instructions until we were all our team was quite happy with them, and until we could make sure that they will be understood by every learner who worked autonomously with these materials. The materials have comprehensive key. They contain elements of differentiation. I can give you, as an example, sections which learners can study or skip. It's up to them. And they contain very clear and comprehensive explanations of different points. They also focus on developing learning skills. There are glosses with strategy tips, language tips, tips on language use. and we paid a lot of attention to creating these glosses. And they have learner-friendly design, we believe so at least, and it's easy to use them, and it's easy to work with them independently. As usual, we collected feedback on the self-study materials. As here in the picture, you can see the back page of one of the workbooks. Every workbook contains a QR code to the feedback form. And more than 80 people completed the feedback form, and we are proud to say that the average point is 9.4 out of 10. So our clients evaluated the materials very favorably. And in their comments, they mentioned the things that we set out to develop, set out to do. So they mentioned that the tips, the strategy tips are very helpful, that the keys are very helpful. And they also mentioned that it's very useful and that it's very comfortable and convenient to use the materials. We also asked our clients what other, so we would like to develop this project further. We are continuing to create these workbooks. So now, for example, we are working on another workbook, and we hope to do it next year as well. And that's why we asked our learners what topics they would prefer to see in the future workbooks. And as you can see, they suggested several topics, more than 30 topics were suggested. So to sum up, I would like to say that, of course, we all as educators know that needs analysis is essential for us. And we believe that our project proves that self-study materials are very effective and can be very helpful if they're based on needs analysis and if they meet target learners' needs. I would like to maybe distribute these workbooks for you to have a look at. Thank you. So if you are interested, you can see what they look like.
You can have a look at these booklets, and then I would prefer to have them in my collection.
You definitely will.
Or you need to somehow disseminate this practice. Yeah. So thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. Does anyone have questions? Probably I do have a question and maybe a comment. So we are working in the same field. You know that I also run an academic writing office, which is in MISIS. And when you do your research, when you analyze, okay, the researcher's needs and so on, and I noticed that you have a few number of respondents, okay? For example, you had 120 or something like that. So my question is, why not initiate a larger project so that you involve all writing centers in this analysis, unless you are only focused on Higher School of Economics researchers? So you specifically want to know how they write, what they do to improve their writing. I guess that would be much more interesting if you analyze the whole area, I mean Russia, because here in our audience, we have directors of writing centers, say in Tyumen, for example, in Chelyabinsk, so in some other, in Arkhangelsk. I guess we would also be interested in being part of this research. So my question is, why don't you include us? The question is to Natalia, and then Svetlana will join us in the discussion. Svetlana is head of this academic writing center. Yeah.
Well, I would say that it's a wonderful idea.
Yeah, I know that the idea is wonderful.
Why don't we do it? I'm sure we can work on some project like this in the future.
Yeah, you do a lot of work and you do analysis, but the number of respondents is not representative. Okay, Svetlana, the question is.
It's not a question, it's a comment.
It's a comment. Okay.
Not a question.
It was a comment. It was just a comment.
Actually, that's really really a great idea, and we're open to any collaboration. So why those who are interested in doing this joint project, why don't you come up to us and we'll talk about it, because that's a wonderful idea and which might end result in some very good publication actually.
That's what I mean. But the thing is that I suppose not many people just are willing, or probably they feel reluctant to knock on somebody's door daily asking, do you have a project? Do you have a project? If you do have a project, that would be a great idea if you promote it widely. So announce or ask a question. Don't you want to join us in this project? If everyone is just silent, then you do this project by yourself. If people want to join, they will join. That's what I mean. Yeah, because people cannot, they do not know what's going on, say, in Chelyabinsk or in Arkhangelsk, in Tyumen. So you need to make it more public. If you initiate research, we would be only happy to join in this activity. And then we would have a research paper, yeah, which covers the whole area, and it would be something that is worth disseminating on a global scale.
We should definitely do that.
Oh, thank you. I would be happy. We have a question from...
Yeah, I can see the question
Yes,
about...
you see the question, are these workbooks available for Higher School of Economics employees only? Can people buy those books or have access to your online resources?
Unfortunately, we cannot sell them. It's not allowed. And they're available mostly for the HEC staff, but we are always happy to give them as a present to anyone who, for example, to our colleagues here. So we do not sell them, but we give them as a present.
Yeah, okay, then you should have more presents because people are envious. Yeah? They're just, you understand what I mean? Yeah. And certainly that's the issue of copyright. And they cannot take photographs of this. I know it is not legal. So you can have a look. Suppose that that's just like Mona Lisa, Gioconda. You have a look, you enjoy, and then you go home and start developing your own ideas. You know, something that is competitive, something that you can do even better. And then next time at our next conference, say, you see, ours are much better. That's how it works. That's how we advance the field. Yeah, that's what I mean. But it's impossible to compete with Higher School of Economics, higher standard, which is also great because we know which way to take to develop our own stuff and probably learn more from you. Okay. Questions?
Thank you.
Do you have any questions? If you don't have any questions, there's a break, lunch break, and we'll be back at exactly 2 p.m. After the lunch break. Same hall. That's it. Okay, thank you. Hi everyone, we're back to our conference. Hope you have had great lunch and are ready to enjoy the presentation of our guest, full professor NADEŽDA STOJKOVIĆ from University of Niš, Faculty of Electronic Engineering. And today, NADEŽDA will be giving her workshop on how to write for scientific journals in the field of English language and linguistics. Okay, welcome.
Hello, everybody. Nice to be here again. And I hope with some useful pieces of information and hopefully motivating you to share what you know, what your insights are, and that those insights could be of use to other colleagues. Now, this is about writing for you, for professors, making your experience, your insights again, more lasting. We have been talking about scientific communication since yesterday. Now I want to specify that I am talking about communicating the scientific knowledge in our native field, so language and linguistics. For 9 years, I have been engaged in running a journal. It was my idea because I realized that this field of teaching the language is not covered fully is not present enough, does not have enough space for exchange. There are a couple of journals, international journals also, but those journals are of a different profile from what I found was needed. This was conceived as a journal for ordinary people, ordinary lecturers, ordinary professors. I will now go through how to write a paper. I would like to share with you some insights into the process of submitting your paper, how to do that, what you may expect, and how to deal with that, hopefully to motivate you. But if you wish, we can go to the site of the journal, and I can then show you all that in practice. This is what we are doing today. So first of all, starting from where to start, how to find a journal to which your article would make a meaningful contribution, because we can't just send it to the first journal we find. We have to find the journal whose profile we match in our work. And the other part is about how to actually organize your findings, how to formulate your thoughts. When you go through some database of journals, or simply go through a browser, type in a query and look for journals
in applied linguistics, for example, you get hits. Now, you need to look for the following. These make a journal established, because there are all kinds of journals, journals that have no, that do not attempt to become really scientifically acknowledged by specialized databases, by specialized organizations. That is all very fine. But if your motive is professional advancement and professional exchange, you need to save your work for real places. And the real places are journals that at whose front pages you see ISSN, so not ISBN, that's books. This is journals. And they usually have two of those numbers, one for online. And if they have two, that means the other ISSN is for the print version. And that immediately means for you that once your article gets published, you are eligible for the hard copy. That is the case with us. I will show it later. Then you need to see that it is clearly identified who the publisher is. Of course, it is best to go with those grand publishing houses we are all aware of, or with university presses. I'm sure every university has their own publishing unit. Now, when you then look closely at the front page of the journal, you need to see the section that is called Aims and Scope. That is what you first read, because there it says what that journal is about and what type of papers it accepts. So there you would have, this journal is dedicated to theoretical findings in applied linguistics. So if your is a methodological classroom best practice in applied linguistics, that's not the journal for you, right? So be careful what they say there. Then it needs to have a section on ethics. And that means that this journal possesses a license to the authorized anti-plagiarism software. So again, that means this is a very good place. Peer review. It states the way your paper is being assessed. There are various ways of assessment, but the preferred one is peer assessment. Basically, it means that your paper will be sent to two independent experts in your field who will get your paper blinded. They will not know who wrote it. They will have the whole paper, but without your name, without your the name of your institution. So they can be objective. Then there is a section on authors' rights and permissions, which means that you declare that you have not published or presented that paper elsewhere, or that you have presented the paper and at this particular conference, but you transfer the copyright to the journal. Finally, you will see a template, a model, how you need to format your article, and the guide to the referencing style. when I say formatting, that means the editors expect you to send the paper in the form that it looks like as if it is momentarily ready for publication. They don't work on shaping your paper to fit the page. I've just talked about this. Now, this is an important point about plagiarism. When the paper is run through this software, the software can be, you can choose what you will exclude. You will exclude connectors, common phrases, I mean the editors. We will exclude referencing section. We will exclude citations, so that we are left with the bare text that you wrote, and that is being checked. So I wrote here 10% of the text is allowed to be the same of what you wrote particularly. But that's even debatable. Frankly, I allow some 3%. No need to repeat yourself or repeat anybody else's words. And a practical bit of advice, paraphrase it. Don't just use what you had written before. Some journals will require you to have a particular length of paper. Yesterday in the talk of BETSY, who is one of the co-editors of Elsevier's ESP journal, they have a word count of 8,000 words is their limit. Some journals do not have that. I have set a tentative limit to 10 pages. But I am such an editor-in-chief that I believe a paper is finished when it is well-rounded. And it can be after 5 pages, but it can be after 25 pages. So this is for orientation. Yet, exceptions are accepted. Journals in our field, English linguistics, still have the proofreaders. In my case, we have a proofreader from Canada, a native speaker, and I help her. Proofreading can be done by you, of course, as authors, but it certainly goes through this process, repetitive process with a professional proofreader. And it is very useful because sometimes we read into our text, we see what we want to see. So another pair of eyes is just a friendly asset. When submitting the paper to the journal, now it is done through so-called platforms. It means you are not sending the paper, the complete paper, to anybody's mail, but you are doing it online. You are asked for a note on yourself and some link. This is, first of all, needed to check if the person is real. And later it remains on the page, and interested readers can learn something more about you. If you do not do all this, the submission doesn't go through, and your paper doesn't begin the process of proofreading, of peer review or proofreading. Now, this is a big issue. There are various journals, and you need to be aware where you submit in terms of costs. Because there are two situations where you have costs. I'm going from the last one. That last one, predator journals. They are usually addressing you out of the blue. They would you get a mail relating to your presentation at this conference. We invite you to submit your paper to this journal. And that may sound wonderful. And you start going through the process. They tell you the paper is fine. And in the end, they tell you, now it's time for you to go to the bank and pay $400. So it is a journal. It is a foreign journal. But if that is the way of behaving, that for sure this journal is not regarded as a scientific journal and is not present in the databases that you need to look at. In a minute, I will talk about one more issue regarding how to choose a journal, and that is if they are in particular databases. So these journals are not. Now, there are proper journals, high standard journals that you need to pay for. That's the way they function, and that's completely all right. But there are also open access journals, and those are journals where the publication is entirely free. Plus, it includes the hard copy sent to you to your physical address at the expense of the publisher. Open access journals believe that knowledge is there to be shared and that financial profit has nothing to do with it. The journal that I run is of that kind. Now, today, Professor Korotkina spoke about these issues, and they are very relevant. This relates to the visibility of your work internationally. So if somebody from any corner of the world is searching the web for a particular field of linguistics that you have contributed to, how do they find you? This is it. Your paper will have a UDC, and the UDC look like a set of numbers typed in small font above the paper. That is done by professionals, deciding which number it is, and it identifies the particular branch of science to which the paper belongs. Now, this number is accompanied with DOI number, and that is Digital Object Identifier Systems, which is a kind of a link to to your paper. It's time I show you. Okay. Well, just bear with me now. I really need to show this. I'm afraid I forgot how to get escape. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. Here we are. Okay, this is the journal that I run. Originally I did not intend to show it because I don't want to be advocating it, promoting it really, but I will use it as an example to make it obvious what I'm talking about and not to go to some other. This is the front page. So we talked about the following things. We talked about aims and scope. So here it is, stating what this journal is about and consequently what types of papers it can accept. So here you see whether you should communicate with these people at all. There are ethical rules. So we explain how we do peer review. We have this open access statement saying that journal content is freely accessible without any charges both for both readers and authors. And we state that upon online publishing of an issue, we have hard copies printed and sent to authors at the expense of the publisher. So everything is stated. That's how it's going to be. You do not need to expect any surprises. Well, as I said, ethics, your rights and permission, etc. 2 ISSN numbers, because one will appear in the journal online, the other one will be when you receive the copy to your address. Here is the information for authors, how you need to submit it. Template. It requires login. We will not do that now. But anyway, when you log in, you have the exact template, how your paper should look like, how to complete it. You need to accompany it with the letter of submission, where you claim and you sign that you have not published this paper before or any part of it. Down below, here you can find my mail and you can contact me freely, is who the editor-in-chief is, who the main person responsible is. At this right side and here, this is very important, the indexing. This is what you also look for. You look for indexing at 2 places. First, you check what your state requirements are, what your ministry demands, because they certainly state which category of journals they value. But they also state, for sure, I haven't checked the Russian ministry site, but for sure there is a guidance relating to the foreign journals. And those journals that are highly valued are in the Web of Science and Scopus. And in STIMAGO, we haven't entered that yet. Now, Web of Science, we will go to it in a minute, has 2 levels. Web of Science has the level where journals have the impact factor. They are journals of the highest value in the world, literally. So they publish top scientific articles, and you can imagine how difficult it is to get there. And there is a Web of Science emerging citation list. So we are there. We are at number 2 in the world. But I look at here at this graph, little graph, Q4. So as of recently, and I'm sorry, being in all these databases is possible only through the number of citations. It doesn't depend on you. As editors, we cannot do anything but accept quality papers. And those quality papers are then found by other researchers who need literature in that particular field. They are liked, they are found useful, and they get cited. And these databases, they have this method, artificial intelligence, of collecting the data of which journals are getting more citations. So now this Q4 that you see, that is STIMAGO database. And we have now been entered it. This is the lowest factor, Q factor 4. But it means it is telling that we are now eligible for the Web of Science number 1. So they are acknowledging we are getting so many citations that there is a very high probability in a couple of years we'll be up there. Now, you see here also the DOI, the other databases, etc. There may be others, but these are crucial. And one more thing, above this Q4, there is STIMAGO journal and country rank. For our country, journals of this type are categorized as M51. It means nothing to anybody outside Serbia, but that is certainly the case for any other country. Pay attention to that. A practical piece of information. Sorry. Look at this. It's very useful to take a look at this about when you look for a journal. So you see people. You see contact, that's whom to write a mail if you need to, and editorial team. Look for the editorial team. Okay, there is the editor-in-chief, there is the assistant, and there is the International Editorial Board. Now, when I come back home next week, a very special person is going to join. You will see another person here. So check these names. It is very telling. You may find crucial information. You may read the information on your own, interpret the information, but you see who the people are, of what level, from where they come from. You can, of course, Google them. So there are very famous names, and there are dear colleagues who don't happen to be famous, but whose work is exceptional. And there is a pool of reviewers. These are people identified to whom we send your paper. It's blinded, but you see, those people are not some unknown, imaginary. We identify them. You do not know to whom we sent it, and they do not know you until it is published and they see it in the final form. But this allows for objectivity. Copy editor and proofreader, and then technical stuff. And very quickly, you get the login credentials, you log in, and then you submit the paper. This is how it is done. Let's take a look. This is the latest article, the latest issue. So you have the table of contents, and this is how the paper looks like. So look, it has the DOI number. This is so important. It has the abstract here and keywords. Now, sorry. This is it. This is the paper. No. Look, in the header is the information on volume. So this is volume. It's the 10th year of the journal. Issue number 2, year, this and that. You have UDC. You have DOI, the title of the paper, the author, and the affiliation. Abstract, keywords, and then the paper begins. When I told you previously that you are given a template, that means you are given exactly this model, and then you are asked to submit the model, to submit your paper exactly like this. It saves time to the publishers to work on your paper. No. Now, when you send your paper, when you send to the paper, your paper to a journal, you will have correspondence on 2 levels with the editor-in-chief. In my case, I do the editorial review. In some cases, you may choose whether you opt for editorial review or peer review. I know that in the UK, they often give this possibility. Now, both the editor and the reviewers may have some suggestions or may find something lacking with your paper, etc. Once you get those comments, you have the full right to reply, and you have the full right to engage in a debate if necessary. And you get the paper with marked sections, what is wrong, what is missing, what should be different. So something like track changes. But you don't have to agree with that. It may happen, and it does, frankly, that the reviewers are not of the same profile, are not of the same expertise profile as you are, and you realize that when you read their comments. So you may kindly explain to them back that this is not exactly the case. You may encounter all kinds of reactions. You should just not take it to your heart, because this is communication that is not face-to-face, that is behind some veils, and perhaps there is no bad intention. Perhaps you need to clarify yourself a bit, so do it. It works. I could tell you of numerous examples. All kinds of things happen. Just don't pay attention. And the best advice that I got is, if you get refused declined in a journal, send your paper to another journal. Yes, so pay attention to your national database. Simply because you will make sure that the paper then you get points for your professional job post, because your ministry acknowledges papers in certain journals and not in the others. So when you begin to write, and when you try to send your first paper, my advice, again tentative, is do not go with the world #1 journals. Try something lower, indexed at proper places, but not where the top scientists publish. And it is very useful to read the journal first. When you read it, you see if other authors who have already published their work with that journal write in a manner that you can reach, so you can see where you stand in comparison to them. I have recently rejected one paper from Turkey. I have many papers from Turkey, of course, but two gentlemen who wrote the paper, they were very wise, and they told me, "Madam, we understand your comments and the drawbacks you point out, but frankly, not all papers that you have published so far are really above that level." So I liked it, because I rejected it. There is an option when you reject it with the possible alterations. Then we changed, because their argument really stands. So again, just feel free to talk, to negotiate. Okay, sorry. Go to this journal master list. Can I go directly from here, Zhenya? Oh, yes, I can. Yes. This is how the most important journals in the world list looks like. This is Web of Science, you see, in the upper left corner. And look here, master journalist, that's #1. If you go here, now you see, this is how you find the journal, where it stands. And this is this journal I'm working with. Some pieces of information are confusing. This Serbia, Montenegro, that's our the name of our country as it previously was. But disregard that. You have ISSN, you have Web of Science Core Collection, Emerging Sources Citation Index. So it says the journal is in the top of the world list, but at position 2. This is emerging list. And position 1 is master journalist. So this is where you look. And you could look here, category, you see, find your category, andrology. It doesn't have. So this is short. Here you would get a list of journals. Go through it, look where it is published, research and see if that would be suitable for what you do. I will not go now to this, but I will leave this for you to read on your own. It is a blog post, not very new, but it shows one possible example of bias. That's a big issue. If there is non-objectiveness in scientific journals, there is, but I've already given you hints from my experience. It's because we are not perfect, but as long as we can talk it out, it's all right. So communicate with the editors, with the team, explain yourself, and everything may turn out fine. Now we will quickly go to part 2. Types of papers. We've been talking a lot and hearing much about structuring scientific papers these 2 days. Structure is not the same in all kinds of papers. So there may be a research paper, a theoretical paper, if you are suggesting new theory, or literature review, meaning you are reviewing the existing theory of the field. There is practice illustration. This is what I value very much. My journal is devoted to it. I see now that one journal in France does the same. They invite classroom examples of practice. Theoretical papers, so fully based on theory. Discussion papers. So you may feel the need to address issues raised at some event or in literature, and book review, just as I invited today, a contribution on a book review. Examples of these types: research paper. Okay, this is the French journal I'm telling you about. Research, an exploratory analysis of noun phrases in civil engineering writing. So this is research, analysis of noun phrases in that particular field. I must pay attention to the title. This is an example of a good title because it's highly precise. Look, it is not an analysis that's vague. And I would already have feeling something is missing and I would already object. No, that is our exploratory analysis. So specified, always specify what you are doing. Analysis of this, but not just noun phrases in this particular field. That's a good title. And so on. Now, in linguistics, there are trends. When you read lots of papers, you see they are similar in some way, and this changes over the years. Now, research is number one. So you you employ a certain method into a certain field, either of theoretical linguistics or in pragmatics or etc., and you try and prove a certain hypothesis through specified methodology of research. In that respect, quantitative data is very present. Statistical data analysis and the analysis using statistical tools. But very often authors believe that it is enough just to prove that they have followed the procedure of statistical analysis correctly. But that is only a tool. That should be only a segment of the paper. The paper should be devoted to the theory that stands behind it and to your own thoughts stemming from the theory and stemming from the research you have done. This is the contribution, your thoughts after you have conducted the research. Of course, corpus linguistics today, omnipresent, and graphical illustrations, highly helpful. They summarize your conclusions. Papers are also categorized in journals according to the novelty of content. So the topmost is the scientific papers. You can see that in the journal also. I failed to show it today to you now. That then you have expert or professional paper, meaning this is research done on a new specified sample, or this is a discussion that is authentic, yet it is not a groundbreaking issue. So it is a contribution to the existing body of knowledge. And there is the review paper that simply retells the current state of theory or practice. There is yet another type of papers that are the rarest, and that is the invited paper. When you have that written, it means that the journal honors and is honored by a contribution of a very highly revered specialist. These are metadata. And this is what we heard about today in the morning session. The metadata are simply pieces of information on who you are, where you work, your abstract, your title, your abstract, the keywords. It is meta because it is everywhere. Every search engine will get hold of these. And this is how your article will pop up when somebody on another continent is looking for literature relevant for their research. So pay attention to that. The format of a research, typical format, is known. I believe it has been much talked about during this conference. When you start out to write a paper, these are key sections you need to take care of. In the preparatory phase, this is the axial part, the spine of your paper. What is your thesis? What are you trying to prove? And how? What will your supporting arguments be? Now, I'm afraid we have 5 minutes, but anyway, I will stop here. What follows next are suggestions on how to write a title. It should be long. It should not be short, because if you say corpus linguistics is important, relevance of corpus linguistics, that's so general that is appropriate for high school perhaps, but not for real scientific journals. We saw a moment before how a good title should read. Or this perhaps: mastering academic writing formats. This is what we are doing these 3 days. For joining the scientific exchange expert community. This can be a title for a paper that stems from this conference. If the core is academic writing, then it's all about formats. Then you elaborate. We need to learn that. We don't use such vocabulary. We need to master academic writing formats. Why? Well, because we want to join, to be visible in the community of scientists worldwide. This is how you conceptualize what you are to talk about. Abstract. You can go through this. So keywords, why they are relevant, and then how to write it further on. As I said, this is something that you can actually work on your own. If you need help, if you have a draft, feel free to send it to me. The workshop can be done individually, so you have my mail, and I'm really willing to do the real work part later on at your convenience. So I would thank you for your attention. I hope this brings the process somewhat closer to you, and that it doesn't look too complex. So if you need further explanations or any further information, I'm here.
I have my microphone. Zhenya, okay. So with you, Nadezhda, time flies. And we have not covered, I guess, half of your workshop. But Nadezhda is absolutely open for whatever suggestions and comments and communication you have in mind. So you can get in touch. But probably we have questions. Okay, we still have 1-2 minutes.
Nadezhda, thank you very much for your presentation and for interesting information about this journal. And I have a question about the proofreading. You have a proofreading service. Is it free of charge or?
Yes. If the journal states that there are no costs, that means they take care of everything. So in this case, nothing. It costs nothing. But proofreading is done if there is a need. When you submit a paper, you may do the proofreading yourself, send it to a colleague or friend, and send the clean version.
And do you have a tick for it? For if I choose a proofreading, I should.
No, we want a good paper. If your English is perfect, we don't want any proofs
Thank you.
whose knowledge it is. No.
Thanks a lot.
Another question? 2. Okay.
Yeah, Nadezhda, thank you very much for your awesome presentation. We are very glad to hear about the journal. Looks like we are all interested in the information and ready to publish. So my question is probably, well, it will probably need a long story, I don't know. How do you work with the reviewers? Do you work with them somehow?
Yes, it is very important what you asked. In our case, these are all people whom I know personally. So this makes me assured that they know their work, they are knowledgeable, they are honest, and they are ready to do. They are not being paid for that. Reviewers are never paid. Not with this journal only, but with ESP that we heard about yesterday, they are not paid. So then you see these people just love that area and contribute it in their own way. Sometimes suggestions they give are really helpful. They help improve the paper.
If I may, one last half a question. Okay.
One more question from the main. Natalia. You have to be athletic.
Nadezhda, thank you for your informative presentations. And while you were showing your journal guidelines, I noticed one statement which actually surprised me, that you ask the authors to cite at least 2 papers. Yes, you know, there are so-called unwritten rules of many journals, and usually we, for example, recommend or advise the researchers who we're working with to find some articles from the target journal and mention them in there. And you are honest with the authors and just ask them to do it. So can you comment why you decided to introduce this statement?
We introduced that about a year ago at an piece of advice of a friend who works with our ministry. And actually that lady told us it's time you use some strategy for higher visibility. And really the proof is after 1 year, we got at CIMAGO, and that means heading for position number 1. So yes, I don't see anything wrong with that.
That's perfect.
Yes. And just to point out, this was not intended to be showing off. In order to prove it, please bear in mind we are full 1 year ahead. So I was just using this as an example to guide you through the process. That's simply all. But of course, you're welcome. Everybody's welcome. When you go through the papers, you have current and you have history. You will see papers come from all kinds, all parts of the world, indiscriminately, always.
Thank you, Nadezhda. I think we should promote our achievements, and there's no place for being modest. Okay? So we need to know what we do. We need to share our experience and expertise and best practices, because the world should know that we're here to stay, and we need and want and are eager to work collaboratively for our mutual good. Thank you very much. We have, while our next speaker is getting ready for her presentation, let me introduce Professor Oksana Anosova, who is PhD in Philology, English Language and Literature. Oksana is Associate Professor at Foreign Languages Department of Engineering Academy, People's Friendship University of Russia. And in her talk, Oksana will speak about the difference. Okay, probably not speak about, this is not the main topic of her. You can just, you can work on your presentation. Yeah. Oksana will not differentiate between science communication and scientific communication from yesterday's presentations. We learned from Alexandra Borisova-Saleh the difference between science communication and scientific communication. Oksana will go on to discuss the specificity of intercultural communication, focusing on the semantics and metasemiotics. Oksana's claim is that the semantics of the term is to discuss the science broadly by means of words, and the metasemantics is the tool when it is grasped by the creative mind of the communicator and rendered to the potentially creative and scientifically responsive minds. So that's what Oksana is going to speak about. Okay.
Hello. Good afternoon. I'm very glad to be here. I'm very grateful to the organizers to invite me into and for you being present with us. So I would begin from the very beginning. And as usual, I should say that my presentation today is devoted to the scientific communication, or I would even say that science communication and scientific communication as the term. So the term delineated and applied a very modest insight into the subject. So altogether, that is parallelly or accompanying my presentation. Well, whether it works? Does it work? Step back. Okay, thank you. Okay. Yes, I can see that it works. Thank you very much. So, as usual, I accompany my presentations with some quotations from different British essays. Today it is William Hazlitt, and somehow, I would say even metasemiotically, those quotations are, that is, they concern the subject of my talk in this or that way. So, the presentation would be addressing to 3 points. The first one, the term constituents, semantics versus semiotics. The second one would be regarded from a very professional point of view, that is term from semiotics to metasemiotics. And finally, we would have a very brief look at the application shared by the participants. So first go the term constituents. And I would say that semantics and metasemiotic incongruence of scientific communication or science communication term still causes uncertainties and hesitation while interpreting the concept. It could be treated in a broad and narrow sense. It could be accepted and promoted by scientists at large and rejected by the expert community. To begin with the term definition, one should decide if it is a science or a scientific communication. And as I know, yesterday we looked. I was in a class and I wasn't present, but I know that you discussed this point. Therefore, I'm just interested whether we would coincide or would be different in our opinions concerning this point. So to begin with, the term definition, as I said, should start with the definition itself. And I have decided to scrutinize the term communication at length. So all the dictionaries are almost in the same, that is, way. All of them agree that communication, okay, something has happened. Should I continue? Okay, thank you. So I have chosen the most known, that is, dictionaries. I start with the Webster School Dictionary, continue with the Webster's Online Dictionary definition of communication, and we can see that in both of them, different methods of activity are emphasized. So then we come to the Cambridge Dictionary, and we can see that sending of information is the key point. We go to the communication definition published by Oxford Learners Dictionary. There, the activity or process expressing ideas and feelings of giving people information. Next point refers to the Collins Dictionary, which differs the British and the English variations. So we can see that in British English it is the act or instance of communicating, the imparting or exchange of information, ideas and feelings. And in American English it is a bit extended point. They speak about the act of transmitting and giving or exchanging information, signals, messages by talk, gestures, or writing. So the information, signals, or messages are also involved. When I just defined this is with the dictionaries, I decided to have another look at the Britannica Dictionary, and this one was much more, I would say, attractive not only to me, but I think that it was used by many other sources online. So we can see that communication by Britannica Dictionary is defined as the act of process of using words, sounds, signs, or behaviors to express or exchange information, to express your ideas, thoughts, feelings, etc. to someone else. And alongside with this, I decided to have a look at the communication that is given by the Wikipedia. I will explain further why it was necessary to do. I would say that one of these ideas, one of these definitions I read when I was searching through. So I would say that Wikipedia just embraces quite a lot of different definitions and makes it a joint one, makes out of them a joint one. So communication from the point of view of, yes. Shall we continue? So communication from Wikipedia's point of view is usually defined as a transmission of information. The term can also refer just to the message communicated or to the field of inquiry studying such transmissions. So when I just stopped at searching this thing, I decided to have a look at British National Corpus information and found that about 1 million, over 1 million communication matches are found on the web by this search machine, by this corpus. So we can say that the figure is quite impressive because comparing to other figures that I will show you, it is the biggest and the most impressive. So we would continue, I'm sorry, yes, we would continue with another definition which I promised to provide. And this time only one source, that is only Wikipedia, gave us two different definitions for science communication and scientific communication. So in the first case, they spoke about the practice. Yes, science communication and scientific communication addressed by Wikipedia found that each of the definitions are regarded from different points of view. So science communication should focus on the practice, whereas the scientific communication is related to as a part of information science. So this is difference provided only by Wikipedia, and I will show you the second one. And here, one more match, which I found, okay, not in here, yes, in here. One more match, which I found when I was searching for scientific or science communication along that is my study. That is just communication science, which we know very well, which we discussed a lot when we spoke about the intercultural communication at large and in general. So let me continue, because now I come to the definition which was given by one educational site, Masters in Communication, and I like the definition because they pay attention to, they pay attention to the same points that we have already discussed in the dictionaries, but this time they just emphasize scientific communication as a process of distilling technical information about science-related topics into understandable messages. So this is not all the time when we read that scientific communication is something that popularizes. According to Wikipedia and many other sources, I mean, among those ones that I have read, science communication is what is associated with popularizing. So we can say that different sites reacted to the search request with just a general appeal for educational purpose. So we can see that, okay, yes, several universities offer or have curricula, have a course for their students, and the courses are named science communication, their disciplines. Some of these universities provide lengthy lists for the courses. So the University of Chicago, for example, we know that the MOOCs, among some of the MOOCs on Coursera, we also can find the science communication course. One more course is offered by the University of Washington. Then Imperial College London provides one more course. And finally, I have found not a science communication course, but a scientific communication course on the, oops, something has happened. Okay. Yes, I should stay somewhere here. This is in Norway, and they pay much attention to the routine, how to enroll to the course, but just in a very modest way, they touch upon the course content. So overview of the communication formats, literature review format, and communicating science to the public, which is important for us. So I would continue with the article on the subject, which was named Science Communication, a Contemporary Definition, which is what is remarkable that this article was published in 2003. And further, throughout this decade, the transformations of the term took place all the time, and we would have a look at it. According to this modern definition of the authors of this paper, the science communication is defined as the use of appropriate skills, media, activities, dialogue to produce one or more of the following personal responses to science, including those A-E-I-O-U, awareness, enjoyment, interest, opinion, forming, and understanding. It comes from there. This stands as a schemata, as a scheme of the definition, and they, I think, are very proud of it as well. So the next point that we are going to look at refers to 2022 year, when we should consider the realm of the sciences. I mean, the next step should have been, or I should have discussed, the realm of sciences involved into the communication process, whether it should be considered, whether it should be bordered with isolated from the scientifically neglected humanities. Though we wouldn't discuss this, as we should agree that science disciplines, that the main interest of our discussion today lies in STEM areas of science disciplines. And again, we should skip it, because it requires a deeper research into another comparative field. Therefore, we don't discuss the specificity of communication as a term with a sequence of communicative skills, genres, features, parameters that are offered by different courses and activities regarded by the intercultural communication and partially embedded into the scientific one, as well as purely scientific phenomena on the communicative side. We do not consider this. So the terms that I am going to share with you deserve the whole, that is in 2003, deserve the whole article. And in 2022, there are a lot of sites which devote their, that is pages, not just one page, the whole site, devote several pages to the idea of scientific communication, and they suggest, that is, they offer different courses. So here they have already abbreviated, reduced the whole science communication, and this time, almost a decade past, and it is called SciComm, or science communication. So this time they say that it is affectionately known to a young field with growing importance. SciComm is the practice of informing, educating, and raising awareness of science-related topics. This often refers to communicating to non-specialists, as opposed to expert communication, as we can see. Finally, I decided to have a look at at the British National Corpus and compare these two terms against each other. The scientific communication gained almost 2,000 matches, and the scientific communication gained a bit under 500. So we can see whose popularity is more popular, that is, I would say. Now I would turn to the second point of my presentation, and actually I am going to get a support from 4 sources. The first one is Viktor Vladimirovich Vinogradov, who spoke a lot about the functional style, which is important in terms of communication. The second support I gained from the joint work published by Olga Viktorovna Akhmanova and Svetlana Grigorьевна Terminasova, though it happened in the 20th century. And some other points of support you will see. So we would start with the definition of, semiotics as a general philosophical theory of signs and symbols that deals especially with their function in both artificially constructed and natural languages, and metasemiotics, which I decided to show in Russian first and then interpreted it in English. So for us it's important that this is the level when both the content and form can transform into each other at a certain point. So semiotic relies on functions, and metasemiotic depends on the processes involving axiological points. As I said, functional style by Vinogradov, again, given in Russian. But this is just for the purpose to remind you how it looks like. I interpreted this point, I have found the interpretation of this point. Yes. I have found the interpretation of this point, and functional style by Viktor Vinogradov is correlated with the language function. And we can see that the most important functions of the language are interpersonal communication, intellective or intellectual communication, passing on a message, and impact or aesthetic emotional expressivity. So we can see that this term is still relevant according to the British National Corpus. Okay, this is one. So according to Vinogradov, interpersonal and intellective communication together with a message and impact build the functions of language. Almost 30 years later, Svetlana Grigorьевна and Olga Viktorovna have provided us with the communication definition. So that happens as early as 1987, and I can say that the theory of communication started much earlier than we started speaking about it. So we can see that communication lays a lot of accent or pays much attention to message and impact. Communication may be regarded as a complex unity of message and impact, and they both traced the idea of scientific style as applied in syntax. Okay, sorry, I have to see whether it is style. Yes, as applied to syntax. And here is the scientific style according to them. When scientists communicate, they don't create original syntagms every time they want to convey scientific information. They rather use ready-made, reproduced in numerous previous communication acts, standard, optimal, stylistically neutral syntagmatic units. For us, it is important because we are going to have another look at the Arab research, which was made in 2007, and all those coded points were just enlisted. They are relevant to the scientific style or scientific code. Logicality, precision, reason, truth to particular reality, and so on and so forth. You can see them all. As for the frequency of the word scientific style, you can see that it is not so frequent nowadays. So to stick to the fact, we have to observe that, again, frequency is just 130. Nevertheless, the professor from Lomonosov Moscow State University among the first wrote about scientific communication as it is. And we can see the store of units of these kinds that we've just discussed form a certain stable system of linguistic means, which are constantly in use as the process of scientific communication. So this is what I have underlined. The semiotic character of scientific communication is determined by the scientific, is determined by the scientific style and by all the means of the scientific style. So here the question arises whether it is semantics or metasemiotics within the term, whether we have to speak about the scientific communication for the wide public or scientific communication, or whether we have to forget about the scientific communication between among the scientists. I think that that question was discussed, and whether this way of communication, this way of discussions should go in should be done in favor of ready-made, reproduced in numerous previous communication acts, standard, optimal, stylistically neutral, syntagmatic units as they are in the scientific style, or we have to choose pictures, figures, schemata, graphs, diagrams, cartoons, and films, this time somehow simplified, or we have to understand that semantics of the term is to discuss the science broadly by means of words. So finally, at the top of everything, I'm going to discuss the areas of scientific communication used very briefly. I will show you how within this decade the situation changed, though the scientific communication was named scientific communication almost always. So the first thing, yes, this is we have to remember that we all live under the sign of educational discourse. And as I said, Science Media Center offered the scientific communication skills course. Another proof in favor of the scientific communication coinage refers to the conference which took place in 2012 and was named, just a second. Yes, you will see, I'm going to give you just a second. Okay, this is just proves that it was still scientific communication. The recommendations the professors made refer to knowing people, giving science communicators opinions. You may see and read it. So one more proof in favor of science communication this time refers to the text published by British textbooks, and they discuss science communications there in the catalyst. So again, for them, science communication is not simply sharing the information with public, but also developing government science policies, understanding relationship between the public and scientists, and creating science stories. One more point, which was published, that is one more course which was announced in 2014 and now it is archived, referred to the scientific communication as well. And they underline not only a good resource for the studying, that is for the students, but also the areas where the course would help people. Here is the example of the presentation, which are now just plenty of them you may find online. And this one refers or introduces the scientific communication to those ones who are interested. In 2021, we still speak about the scientific communication in the same way. So we say that a trainee-run group, this was published on the Springer Nature site, a trainee-run group that provides editing and schema design services not only enhances scientific communication for clients, but also trains its members in communication, writing, and other transferable skills. So actually I wanted to remind you about yesterday's Christine Speaks presentation, who spoke a lot about different types of new activities, such as blogs, such as that is news articles, personal web pages, video abstracts. That is also important. Our conference has got a name of the science communications. One of the questions that we are supposed to answer refers to the scientific communication, scholarly scientific communication efficiency. So here I think I would just show you science news sites and podcasts and come to the conclusion and come to the final point of my today's presentation. So new phenomena requires new understanding and practice. It can be embodied with the help of visual arts, schemata, figures, video arts, clips, short reels, cartoons and filming, computer technologies, even much more than this. As for metasemiotics, I would like to hope that scientific research receives a new impulse to be promoted, to be disseminated and shared, though the former term shouldn't be fully ignored and substituted with the new one in practice. Scientists do not need a simplified language to communicate with each other. They often use the semiotic system for it and transfer their ideas directly to each other within the community by means of semiotic system. So I think that everything that we need is to understand perhaps finally the context. And referring to the conclusion and summary that I made, I would just say that semantics proved and assisted semiotically that web search results, compared to the real statistics also show us a very vivid illustration. And finally, we should say that those ones who popularize science should also be the scientists themselves, because popularizers are not necessarily well informed about the scientific subject and sometimes can just misinterpret it. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Oksana Georgievna. Thank you very much. Do you have questions? Anyone from the audience? Sorry? Yeah, okay, great.
Terminology, and it was an excellent example of linguistic research. Thank you very much for that. I have a suggestion. Why don't you, suggestion first and then a question. Why don't you write a blog post about scientific versus scholarly communication? It would be really very interesting. So I'm inviting you to do that. So you have taken one example of that. Have you got any other terminology issues in your collection?
Okay, yes. I would say that we discussed the terms of multicultural, intercultural communication, as well as factor issues, approach issues, and others, because they are important. I think that a lot of us have got such things in their command. But thank you very much for the suggestion. Whether we have 48 hours a day, I would just agree. And the half of this time I would devote to the blogs, because I am in favor of.
But still,
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, because it calls for at least a glossary list for us linguists with all those terminology items that can be mixed up.
Thank you.
You mean
very much.
semantic semiotics?
Yes,
Even these terms, yes? I mean, this including. Yeah, yesterday, if you remember, Alexander Borisov-Vasile discussed this difference between science communication and scientific communication. Yeah, my question is, so of all the different strategies and technologies, which of them do you use in your classroom setting?
So actually, I explained students that these two terms, in the direction we have chosen for the course, are used interchangeably. And actually, they are, being the scientists, really very able to present any kind of the research field they are in an intelligible and comprehensible way to anyone, because they can discuss it either in the simplified or in a complex way. And this is what I speak about, because just people who are taught how to speak about science without understanding the scientific issues, I think they would just profane the point, and that would be useless. But as you can see, there are quite a lot of courses around the world devoted to the point. I hope that the scientists are in. Okay, thank you.
Let me disagree.
I know that you would.
Okay, just keep the microphone. Let me disagree. So since we work for one and the same university, I know our students, they are very sophisticated, very educated, very intelligent. Inquisitive, and there are lots and lots and lots of other adjectives we can use while describing our students. Yes, they can communicate science with their peers. They communicate, they discuss, they collaborate in their niche, I'd say. But I doubt if they can disseminate sounds to general public, because they sometimes think that those who do not understand their subject area in depth, they do not belong to their circle, which means that they do not need to know what this research is about. My question is, again, how do you practice these activities? I mean, forcing our students to explain complex concepts and ideas to broader audience.
So first of all, we have just started doing this. Therefore, I show them examples on how that could be done, because they have to understand what exactly they could do, what are the ways, what are the tools, what are the solutions, and that would be a tricky ending when they would produce some simplified version of their scientific or research paper that they have chosen for the analysis this term. I think that we would see, that would be the first experience.
Yeah, because
I will tell you.
Sure, they need to know how to explain their research to different types of audiences. Yeah, as Richard Feynman said, if you cannot explain your research to a 5-year-old child, this means that you probably do not understand your research yourself.
This is what I speak about. Researchers and scientists are able to do this, but not those ones who are far from it.
Yeah. Okay. Does anyone have any other questions? No? Okay, thank you very much. That was very, very interesting. And let me, do we have other speakers. We have other speakers from, okay, two speakers, Elizaveta Gromova and Daniel Bratters Ferreira. They work overseas, and they specifically joined the conference to share their not research, this is insight into practice. They are planning to speak about international research group as a means of scientific collaboration and communication. Elizaveta Gromova, she is a PhD in law, Deputy Director for International Cooperation, National Research, South Ural State University, which is in Chelyabinsk. I can see you. And
nice to meet you.
Daniel Ferreira, I'm not sure if Daniel, yes, Daniel is also with us. So we have two great speakers. Daniel is PhD, Senior Researcher at National Research, South Ural State University, a very active university, CEO of Brazilian Center for Mediation and Arbitration, right?
Yes, that's correct. Hello there, good morning.
Okay. We cannot hear the speakers. Elizaveta, can you say?
Yes, I
No,
can.
we cannot. No,
Hi,
no.
dear colleagues. Can you hear me?
We cannot hear you.
I
Okay,
can
just
hear
wait
you.
a sec.
I can hear you too.
Keep smiling. Okay. Be
No
patient.
problem at all.
I'm Brazilian. I'm always smiling.
Like this.
I can
That's
do
what
it.
we do here in
Can you
Brazil.
try now? Okay.
So can we start?
Oh, that's great. Elizaveta, say something.
Okay.
Yes, I can
Okay.
hear you. Daniel, are you with us?
Good morning. I'm
Good
here.
morning. Good morning. Okay. Good morning. Good
Dobre
afternoon.
utra.
Good evening. Dobre utra. Yeah. Oh, great to see both of you. Let's try. Okay. Technical stuff. Everything is in place. Okay. You're welcome.
So, dear colleagues, greetings from Chelyabinsk, from South Ural State University. First of all, I'm really glad and honored to be here because I'm a lawyer. I research in the sphere of law, and of course, it is both interesting and unusual to be in such a great event. And today, me and my dear friend and my dear colleague, Daniel Brantes Ferreira from Brazil, we will share our experience on the research group, International Students Research Group, as a means of scientific communication and collaboration. So I will start and then Daniel will continue. First of all, I want to talk a little bit about the idea and about the history. Why? Why did we decide it? So we had a group. The group is called Research Group Law, Digital Technologies, and Alternative Dispute Resolution. So this is a very nice mix of research directions. And it was because I do a research in the sphere of law and digital technologies, and Daniel is an amazing researcher, and he's a practitioner and a researcher in the sphere of alternative dispute resolution. So once in 2020, in a galaxy far, far away, we met on the webinar. It was called, the webinar was organized by the Brazilian Center for Mediation and Arbitration. And the name of the event was Legal Education and BRICS. And while we had this webinar, while we were listening to the speakers from Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, we understood that regretfully nowadays, I love my students, really, but regretfully, they are not that skilled in research. Not because our students are that bad or something or stupid. No, they want to develop themselves in this sphere, but we do not have enough courses or something like that in our schedule. So, and actually this fact gives us this idea to create international research group. And so South Ural State University, represented by me at first, and University, Candida Mendes University, it's Daniel's former university, and then also Embry University, it is the university from United States. So we started this group. So, and of course, the first idea was, of course, to give the students the skill to research in highly relevant and very popular sphere, law, digital technologies, and alternative dispute resolution. But of course, we have another goal. We wanted to create a kind of international students hub. So students and experts could collaborate, and do some interesting projects together. And to help them, we chose a very interesting and maybe, in my opinion, innovative way of making research. It was, I called it, because I research in the sphere of law and digital technologies, I chose this term, peer-to-peer. So we chose this peer-to-peer approach. And the idea of this approach was that we tried to create international couples. It is not about matchmaking, but we decided that if our students, if the student, for example, from Russia will do a research with the student from Brazil, it will be, first of all, they will widen their outlook, they will find friends, and it will be much more easier to compare the jurisdiction, because one student, he or she, for example, knows everything about Russian law, and the student from Brazil is familiar with Brazilian law. And so that was the idea of this peer-to-peer approach. And I want to say that our idea was successful, not that I'm boasting here, but still. So we had many participants. We united students and experts from 7 countries and 16 universities. And now I want to ask Daniel to share about our activities and the results. So Daniel,
thanks, Elizaveta. Always a pleasure to be with you in a conference, and thanks for the invitation to everyone, to Evgenia and everyone that actually invited me. Actually, the idea I see as some things we got right and some things we got wrong in our research group. And first of all, we opened the research group for anyone who wanted to enroll. That was good in the first place, but the challenge there is to keep students interested, because in my point of view, if they are not paying and if they're not getting a diploma or something, they are not going to be interested all the way. Not all of them, some of them only. So you get like a 50% rate of people that actually stay and actually want to benefit from our research group in that matter. And our strategy here was we built a website. Embry University did that for us, and we put all the lectures and the workshops that we did during the research group there as videos. And our idea was to not stay only in the law field, in the law arena. We got researchers from other fields. For example, an engineer lecture about quantum computers, a business professor lecture about quantitative research, which we I'm included in that criticism. We in the law field are really bad in doing it. And if you're looking for ADR or maybe even digital technologies, it's really interesting to see doing surveys, quantitative surveys, for example, how people actually use the technology and what they think about it, and if they trust the technology. And that's what myself and Elizabeth are researching currently with business professors. For example, we just published a paper on the use of technology and arbitration. So basically doing a quantitative method, mixed method with qualitative and quantitative method. So our idea was to show the students how to research, and like Elisaveta said, that's a liability that we in the law field and in all the universities we do have. I didn't learn how to research as a student, as an undergraduate student in the law school. I learned it by myself in the master's degree, in the PhD, mostly alone. Not even the PhD don't teach you properly how to research. So you have to read and to find your ways to do a proper research. And our idea was really to share everything that we gathered along these years, and which was not easy, but we tried there, and we're gonna try in the future to make the students' path easier in researching, which if you show some simple hints, they already can go and can be autonomous in researching. And we attached our research group to results mostly. So we published a book, for example. We had a conference that we got papers that there's another book coming out from this conference, and we incentivized them to publish in journals. We showed them the best journals that they could publish, and I mean, that was the main idea. You cannot make a research group, start a research group without thinking about the results, especially if you are in a university. I was the dean of a university back then, and I had to show the results to my program, to my master's degree program at that time. But anyway, even if you are not in university, you need to attach your research group to results. But one thing that I think we made a mistake was not to analyze or make some kind of interview to the candidates before, because we wanted the most the big number of candidates, and we were open, democratically open for anyone. So but I think in the next time we're gonna analyze the resume and do an interview to see if the person is really interested, is gonna stay there, because sometimes you are counting on the person, especially if you work in pairs, like Elisaveta says, and sometimes we had a pair that one of the students gave up and the other was writing a paper with the students, because students, they don't know how hard it is to start writing a paper until they start doing it. And the first time we were all first timers back then. It's really hard, it's not easy, an easy task. You get experience, it becomes easier, but at the first time it's never easy. So we attached them to the group, to the results, and we were, I can say, pretty successful. It lasted like 1.5 years or something like that. We had meetings each and every 15 days. So through Zoom link, of course, and everyone could attend, and that was basically the idea. And from the group, we had a journal that myself and Elisaveta established, initiated, the International Journal of Law in Changing Worlds, which we're already going to the second issue. It's a really international journal, and it's free to publish. We don't want to get any money out of that. We're actually spending our money to sustain the journal, but just because we want to have an international academic hub for anyone to publish good quality papers, and that's basically the idea. And we're gonna try to make new initiatives in the future, but this first experience was really good. We had some mistakes, I think so, and challenges, but at the end of the day, I think we surpassed it.
And recently I received a message from the student of this group, and she said, Professor Елизавета, I don't know why they are ignoring my my surname, so they're calling me Professor Елизавета. So Professor Елизавета, let's start the group again. So let's restart. It was so nice. It was such a friendly and cozy atmosphere. So why don't you want to continue? And you know, that was
because it's a lot of job. It's a lot of work. It's not easy to keep it working, you know, to call the professors to lecture for free, for example. It's not easy. You really have to put some work in there. And Elizaveta put a lot more work than myself, for example. So
well, we did a lot together. But you know, it was just a nice feedback. The fact that students contact me and asked if there will be a continuation, that just means that was an amazing feedback. It means that we really have this result. It was a real international students research hub, and they were enjoying being there with us.
And our journal was born after that. So that's, we have an idea that soon we may be gonna establish a research group through the journal, and you know, just to show. And we had some journals associated to the group, and that incentivized the students to participate also. So we had editors lecturing in the research group, and so it was really like, we had lectures about academic writing, which it's the title, this topic of this seminar, which it's different in each area. We in the law field, we tend to be more to write a lot more than giving numbers and data, and that's what myself and Elizaveta we discovered during the research group. We made our discoveries too, that we should start using a lot more quantitative research and mixed methods, because, for example, Scopus journals, they love it, like the top ones, Q1s, Q2s. So if you stay only in the law field and close your eyes, and I think intermingling all the areas and exchanging knowledge it was the basic idea of the research group, and having international experiences. And we had Africa, we had the US, we had Europe, we had Brazil, all the countries united, Portugal, for example, united to research, but basically the idea, myself and Elizaveta and all the lecturers were trying to give our experience to the students in an altruistic fashion, so that they could just learn from us what we actually do to publish and to research. That was the idea.
Yes, and so for that we arranged, we not just supervising our students, we not just subdivided them into the pairs, gave them the topics, shared our experience and said, go and write. Of course not. So yes, as Daniel said, we arranged many lectures. And I know Professor Evgenia Khabirova, Evgenia Igorevna, you are here, you are there, you're participating personally. And again, I want to say thank you so much, because the skills of academic writing, they are crucial, they are very important. And again, thank you, Evgenia Igorevna, that you found this opportunity to be with us and supported us.
And I must thank, of course, South Europe State University for making me a senior researcher, and you know, so we keep exchanging knowledge and contributing. For example, like Elizaveta said, I think it all adds in your research. She's a specialist in digital technologies. I'm a specialist in ADR, and we're joining both knowledges and published, like in technology and ADR, like the use of technology in ADR, just digital technology, just ADR. And our last paper, for example, it's not coming out. It's going to be published soon, but it's about the use of digital evidence in arbitration. And I made an empirical research inside the arbitration proceedings in CBMA, in the Brazilian Center of Mediation Arbitration. And Elisaveta came with the knowledge of digital technology. So it all adds, you know, don't try to research alone. You can, but you're gonna be sometimes losing a lot of knowledge, and you know, you'll be contributing less to the academic field. Any questions or?
Thank you so much. Yeah, I guess we are finished talking. We can talk a lot.
Yeah.
But
greetings from Brazil.
We of course respect your time. So thank you so much again for this opportunity. And if you have any questions, we will answer with pleasure.
Yeah, we do have questions. Don't just disappear. Evgenia, Professor Khabirova, is willing to say something. She has a comment, I guess. You do?
Yes. Thank you, dear colleagues, for participating in this conference, and thank you for sharing your wonderful experience. I told you that I was really inspired by the way how you involve international students into this research collaboration, and I think it really deserves sharing with other colleagues because it's really amazing. My question concerns challenges of international students face while preparing their research papers. So you have experience working with various groups of students from various countries. Are there any common features, and what is different? Does it depend on the country? Thank you.
Can I answer that?
Sure.
That's not actually. Whenever you are dealing with multicultural people from many backgrounds, of course, you're going to have some differences, but technology is you know, widely known, and basically research is done through the computer, through Google Scholar and to the databases when you're searching papers. So students mostly didn't have any difficulty in doing that because all of them spoke good English, for example, and we didn't have any difficulty in that. But we did review the papers. We did have individual meetings with them to point to the right direction. I think the most the thing that students find most difficult and they have a hard time to learn is to find a research problem. You know, just one question to answer in a paper, for example, and we really try to make them to think about it because they usually come with, I want to solve the roads in a paper, and that's not going to happen. So, but that's basically general in all cultures. I didn't see any, well, I can see differences in topics, in research topics, actually. For example, people from India, they love researching about human rights. I think that's a wide topic there, you know, really. And Brazilians, for example, they are interested in many topics, in digital technologies, in ADR and independence. I don't think, you know, in my perspective, my Brazilian perspective here, which of course is different than the Russian perspective, I think Russians, they are not that interested in ADR, for example, because I know some people from Russian arbitration centers that are really into that, but mostly Russians are interested in technology. That's my perception. I might be wrong here, but you know, I think these students are basically interested more in researching what impacts their countries. So that could be a difference between countries. Correct if I'm wrong here, Elisaveta, please.
No, you're totally correct. And the problem that I remembered, it was so we gave them the knowledge on how to write, how to find the literature, then how to write, and so on. And then when suddenly we asked, are you ready to are you ready to present? Are you ready to deliver a keynote based on your research? And then suddenly students said that no, we do not know how to do it, and we are scared. So, and of course, when we found out that there is such a problem, we just invited one amazing professor from Slovenia. He's definitely the one who is not afraid of lecturing. And he showed them how to deliver amazing keynotes. And for that, I liked our research group. So myself and Daniel, of course, and as supervisor, so we solved the problem and we were trying to find the solution right here and right now.
And sometimes when it's another language, for example, English, you know, they're not native speakers, and they're really scared about lecturing in another language. They usually are scared about lecturing in their own language. So that's a problem in students. And I see, you know, between us here and no one is listening to us, I see that difficulty in some professors too, in some people that usually they can't manage their time during lectures. They don't go to a specific problem. They don't establish goals before lecturing. So I think teaching, being a professor is just one role in the academic field. Being a researcher is another. Being a manager, a dean, for example, is another. And being a lecturer is another role. So you have these 4 kinds of roles. You can perform one of them really well and the other one not. So I think if you want to be a complete academic, you have to learn. For example, some months ago, I had to lecture in Switzerland, and they only gave me 4 minutes to lecture. And Swiss, like they have clocks, right? The Swiss people, they made the clocks. So I used my 4 minutes at the best. You know, I just gave my message in 4 minutes. That's it. You have to learn. And some professors, for example, they teach in 2 or 3 hours. And when you give him just 20 minutes, they are in trouble because they want to talk a lot more. People need to realize that they are not the most important person in a conference, for example. They are probably just one more, unless you are a keynote in an opening session, and that's just for you. Okay, then you're fine. But you have to learn. You have to do your best from what you are given. So, and students, not only students, but professors also have this problem, and that's worldwide, not just in Brazil, Russia. You know, that's worldwide.
Daniel, thank you very much. Okay, what you say is very important. Our students need to gain this experience. They need to know what it means to make a presentation at a conference, what it means that you have only 4 minutes or an hour for your presentation, and you need to respect all the other speakers and the audience. And unless they practice this, they will never learn. They will never learn. And in this respect, I guess this international group is very important, because that's where they meet other students from other countries. They exchange their cultural experience, and they know what it means to be a global citizen. We have one question, and from Inga Zashikhina.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Thanks for sharing. I really think that sharing our personal experiences is very important here. At our wonderful conference sessions, we discuss a lot of significant things, and sometimes we don't really articulate ideas, or I'd say we share our emotions and we just express something which can't be articulated at present time. So like this, I could feel, you didn't say about it explicitly, but I feel that you communicate a lot with your students, not only on some science matters, but also on their attitudes towards research, towards what you're doing. So my question is, what is the most often emotion they express when they come across difficulties connected with research writing?
Anxiety. You know, we are living in the anxiety generation, and young people are usually like 18, 20 until the 30s. They are really anxious about seeing the results. And they don't want to sit down and to take the time and to respect the steps of the stairs. They just wanted to go and publish a Q1, for example, and that's not the way it happens. You gotta respect the steps of the development. And I can give my example. I started teaching when I was 22, 23 years old. And when I see my papers that I published back then, I don't want to even see them, you know. They are really bad. You really develop your professors' skills, researchers' skills during the time. And if you have people like us trying to help in the best way possible, we don't have ego here, and we don't hide our techniques. Because I've seen some researchers that do. They don't want to tell the magician's secrets, you know, and that's not good. And we just want to share. We're not going to be here tomorrow. And, you know, if people can continue contributing to the world, that's our goal. And I think that should be our mission as academics and as researchers.
Okay, so we are not just researchers here, kind of psychologists. Thanks for
You have to
sharing
be-
your emotions. Very nice.
You have
Thank
to
you.
be, students are like that, you know, professors are like that, and everyone is formed by emotions. So if you don't listen to them, active listening that we used to say in mediation, and if you don't create rapport with a connection with the students, they're gonna feel incentivized to research and to keep doing their jobs. Elisaveta, please. Sorry, I'm speaking too much.
Yeah. Dear Elisaveta and Daniel, thank you very much for a valuable contribution to the conference. We have to say goodbye because we have Angela DADAK as our final speaker today. And Angela, are you with us?
I am. Let me work a little bit on the camera here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you witnessed, yesterday our emergency alarm. Yeah, we are safe and sound and well. So we are happy that you are with us again. And now it's going to be a workshop on raising critical language awareness in an EAP writing class, benefits and technologies, right?
It is. All right, let's see if I can get this up here, you know, taking a few minutes of transition. I really appreciated hearing the few minutes I did of the previous talk. I think, I can't remember if I kept it, but I had a reflection question somewhere on the slides about how do you feel about something? And I was like, well, will that work so well with this audience? But, you know, you guys, hearing the discussion and at the end and the questions, that really is, you know, knowing how we feel about a language or our position as writers, being able to acknowledge that in the process is part of this kind of awareness. Let's see, I'm checking to see that the technology is here, and I'm glad that everybody is safe after the alarm yesterday. And let's put this here. Now, yeah. So there we have the talk going forward. Going here, if you guys remember my talk from yesterday, I'm trying to work on keeping my slides and notes and all of us together. It's really wonderful to see you guys again. And this is, yep. Yeah. So I invite everybody to stretch for a minute because that's the wrong slideshow. That's yesterday's, and we don't need to repeat that. So you can all watch me do a little poking and prodding and finding stuff. Ooh. Is this the right one? All right, this is looking better. Excellent, we have the right one. And then, okay, it looks good. I can see the operator, I can see the speaker. So you guys can see the morning light on my face. Good morning from Washington, DC. I know, again, that I have that last slot as we merge our time slots together, and I'm really grateful that I'm able to speak again with you today, and that technologies allow us to do these things. So I wanted to give you an overview of our work together today on the idea of how to actually how and why to raise critical language awareness in, say, English for academic purposes or English for research publication purposes type of class. What kind of techniques, what kind of benefits there are, what kinds of questions we have regarding this. So I'm going to do a quick review of last night's talk in just a few slides in a few minutes. I'm going to ask for some of your own reflections and about these ideas. We'll go a little bit more into depth on critical language awareness. I left you guys yesterday with a brief definition, but we'll look more at, we'll take a brief look at that definition again, and then delve into some aspects of it, considering how we might adapt it specifically for English for research publication purposes. I have a list of activities and types of questions again, just to sort of throw at you. But then I also have an activity that I hope we can engage in. But we shall see how that works with connectivity and our ability to interact. My goal on all of this, I mean, my mantra in all of this is flexibility, right? With me so far away and the different kinds of technologies we have. So we'll see what works for the interaction. And if things don't work, we're fine. I have some closing thoughts. I'd like some from you with some questions I have for you, and then some closing thoughts from you, closing thoughts questions I have for you, and I'd like to hear some of your ideas on that closing thoughts. And then, of course, I will give you some of my ideas. So let's get started with the review portion of this talk. So if you remember, or maybe you weren't here yesterday, we discussed, in my talk, we went over the history of how English spread and became the global language of communication, recognizing how it's rising in prominence sort of edged out perhaps some other languages, and that it's really not a neutral process. There's a lot of politics, geopolitics, power plays behind it. And so being able to acknowledge that is important as we do our work. Things we know, but we don't always explicitly talk about. But the benefits of English as a global language for science publication is obviously you get a wider readership for our scholarship or our research as we publish, right? For me, I really love the access that I have to others' research. And as a native English speaker, I only occasionally stumble over sources that I cannot access in English. It's to my benefit. Well, that's my language, right? But also benefits savings in time and energy of translation and learning several other languages. There's a lot of benefits to having kind of a language that we all use. And I may say it's my language, but really English is now a language of the world, right? We're trying to work to get away from this idea of a native speaker standard, although having English as a native speaker still affords privileges that we should not take for granted, or we should not discard. So that brings to the complications, right? Is English as a lingua franca for science, I do have still an Anglophone center. If you have a lot of American, Australian, British, not all, and less over time, but still acknowledging that a lot of people from those areas, that's where the journals are coming from. We have lots of people on the undue or over proportion on editorial boards. It kind of can perpetuate, so it's Anglo-centered. Again, things are changing and getting better, but we're still working in some of this set of context. And, and so we can, if you have to publish in English to get this wide readership, and if people reading scholarship like me look really or have easier or a lot of access to English sources, that excludes full participations from other parts of the world and other scholars from other language and research traditions, right? There are challenges of writing in English, as you know, the need for instruction, editorial assistance, translation, as we have just heard, kind of emotional regulation, can I do this? Let's say why should I do this beyond just, beyond the pragmatic, but actually to contribute to the world knowledge is important. And the fact that if one of the points from yesterday, if you ignore work from other languages and say meta-analyses in literature reviews, because you're assuming English and you have access to the English sources, if we exclude works in other languages, then our picture from these meta-analyses and this research is incomplete. And so there are issues, right? So as I said, I think at the end, there's lots and lots more attention, and there's a lot more calls that are critical of the global position of English. So this leaves, as I said, writers and researchers in this position here where, as we said yesterday, you want people who are teaching English for research purposes, you want to acknowledge that it's complicated. There are critical views about having English used in this way at the same, and it often can seem unfair, right? And people have advantages and disadvantages. So you want to be able to acknowledge that at the same time, and acknowledge that, resist it, try to change it, but you still want your students to succeed in the system that we have. So that's kind of the dilemma we end up in. I talked about yesterday the approaches to English for research purposes based on some stuff from John Flowerdew, that critical approaches to English for academic purposes would have people questioning how things are and demanding changes and resisting it. We can see this in the position statement we looked at yesterday, a lot of calls for this is what must be changed, right? Just to reiterate, Flowerdew sees that as a great stance, or the most useful people to whom to direct this stance are some of the power brokers, the publishers, the editors, the educational institutions. But just asking students to resist is not going to help them fully participate, right? And that's where we get the pragmatic approach, whereas learn the rules, comply as much as possible to the conventions, just, fit in, learn how to do it as it is. So, and all right, I've done it again, like I did yesterday, folks, is that I did not advance you with me. So here's where we talked about that. So the critical approach is questioning the status quo, right? It's a good thing for publishers and editors if we're looking at those kinds of demands or calls. But if we're looking at students, it may be better to look at the pragmatic, is how do you comply? What are the rules? How do you do it? But that leaves out that part of the dilemma of change, eventual change and evolution of the system. So combining the two approaches in EAP leads us to that critical pragmatic approach, where on the one hand, on the pragmatic, you're helping your English writers and learners to achieve the goal of publication, adhering and following the conventions, at the same time, keeping an eye to question the attitude towards the demands, knowing that these are conventions, not natural rules, right? They may change over time. And in fact, your students, when they become senior scholars, they may be able to influence some of these changes instead of perpetuating some of the inequalities, right? So critical pragmatic approach really is a bottom up for change. I know this is a workshop and I've been talking a lot, but we are stay with me for a couple more minutes and I'm going to turn some things over to you. So thinking about the goal and the purpose of a critical pragmatic approach, it Tardy sums it up, is that, beyond confronting students with facts about English dominance, right? Like, this is the problem and how do we fix this and reset? But the classroom tasks can involve students in learning more about the sociopolitics of their disciplinary professional communities in terms of the production, reception, and distribution of scholarship, as well as mechanisms for change. So I'm going to ask you, before we move on, to actually think about, we'll take a moment and pause to consider the points from yesterday's talk that I summarized today about tensions between acknowledging problems with English as a global language of science publication and about helping our students and colleagues and ourselves successfully participate within that system. So I'm going to ask you all to do a free write. If I don't know how many of you have experience with free writing. When I'm looking up like this, it means I'm looking kind of at you guys. No, because I can't see you. I don't know if you've experienced this before, so let me talk about this technique. A free write is an idea generating technique often used in writing classes. You write for a specific amount of time and you try to write without stopping. It doesn't matter language, grammar. Sometimes when I free write, I might write, I don't know what I'm saying here. Let me try a new idea. But I write that out because it's that body connection of keeping the movement going and letting things come and not censoring or stopping yourself. So I'm going to ask you guys to take 5 minutes. Free writes can be like 20, but we're not going to do that. 5 minutes to write down your ideas and thoughts. Remember to try to keep writing without stopping. You might type on a document. You might handwrite in a notebook, right? Keep writing without stopping. Form, structure, correctness is not important for this activity, right? It's idea generating. No one but you will read it. You're not going to take a picture and post it or, show it to me in any way. This is just for you. The purpose is to generate ideas and capture thoughts and write in whatever language or mix of languages that suits you best for this activity today. Before I give you the prompt, what you are writing about, does anybody have any specific questions about what you are going to be doing for the next 5 minutes?
Do we have any questions? Yeah, there is a question. Mm-hmm.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Just a sec, okay. Okay. So the question is, what is the topic writing?
Excellent. Right. I'm just about to give it to you. So I'm going to say, you're going to write. In fact, I can. So the prompt here is, and I actually have it showing this time, choose one of these statements below and take 5 minutes to explore your thoughts about it. I'm leaving up the instructions for free writes. And so we have 3 ideas here, and I have their Russian translations because the language you write about these ideas is not as important right now. So what do you think of these? These are strong, might provoke some reactions. What are your reactions? What are your thoughts? Do you agree, disagree? Do you have experiences that connect? Anything that comes up for you as you read these statements. The imposition of English as a presumed scientific academic lingua franca is a manifestation of the unequal distribution of knowledge production and uptake, is the first statement. The second, choosing a language for publishing or presenting is a sociolinguistic right. And the third one is, choosing a language to publish or present in is a political act. So 5 minutes, I would choose one and push yourself to write about that one. But if you want to write about more than one, go ahead. So 5 minutes, go ahead and write. Start now.
Okay. Get down to writing. Yeah, 5 minutes.
You can help. If you can give us a 1 minute, or I will give you a 1 minute warning when to start finishing up. According to my clock, we're about 4 minutes in. So you do have 1 more minute left of your free write. As you finish up your thought, go ahead and look back over what you wrote and underline or highlight a few thoughts that you might share with the group. All right, excellent. So here's a point about one of my mentors, Kathy Bailey, would say, you are all about to see some thinking about teaching in action, but I'm making it explicit here. Given the technologies here, because I can't see you, right? And I know that you need microphones to speak to me. I'm thinking what might be the best way to share a couple ideas from here. And it might be the same as the Q&A format. Elena, can I suggest that you ask a couple people to share, so if we have volunteers, some of the ideas that they wrote about, and see how that works?
Sure. We have at least 2 options. They can write in YouTube chat, or we have microphones.
Can we, if you guys, I know.
Yeah, we can have, okay, both options depending on how
Sure.
brave the participants.
All right, okay. I don't have YouTube up, so someone, and I don't know if I could manage a 3rd screen right now, guys.
Okay.
I mean, look how bad I'm doing it too.
Then
So if you're
microphones.
brave enough to talk, I encourage it. But if you're not feeling brave, if Elena can help mediate. So Elena, can you read the room and give us a suggestion how to proceed here?
All right, suggestions. This is a great workshop, and do you know why? So in our professional classroom setting, we have a criterion academic activity. And all our teachers, they insist on their students to be very active in class. Now we have teachers and they are not active. So this is a great example. Okay.
Oh, you guys.
So we have to be active.
Sure.
Hello.
Oh yeah, do we have somebody?
Oh, yes, yes, we have.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Irene. Well, I just have a couple of thoughts on the third topic, but I think it's very much connected to the first one, I think. All right. Well, I agree with the statement because if a person cannot communicate in English properly, it basically limits its person's ways of promotion and even, well, articulating its, this person's agenda and promotion of the scientific work as such. And just, only within the limits of the area where his or her mother tongue is spoken. And also, even if a person does have a command of, some command of English, if it's, insufficient or there is a strong accent, it severely diverts the, the focus from the public, from the point that the is actually is tried being gotten across, I guess. Yeah, from there to the strong accent or grammar mistakes or something like that. Yeah, this is basically what.
Oh, those are excellent observations. And we're gonna be able to use those observations actually later. They link to some other things coming up. So I think I'm gonna leave because I love to talk. You guys can tell I love to talk. So I'm gonna leave it there. I think those are really smart, important things to consider as we are ourselves and as we are helping colleagues, students, mentees work globally in English. Could we get one more view?
Yeah, one more view. Be active.
One of the things
there's one more. Yeah,
we do have one. Yay! And I was going to say one of the things that helps with free writes is then you have something that you've already thought about to possibly say. So that's what I do encourage my students with. But it is a free write, so this is not a final polished thought. This is this is a thing. So please share.
Hello, my name is Ekaterina, and as far as I have understood yesterday, the idea of imposition of English tackled not only the problem of whether we actually have some cultural disrespect, but also about the feelings and emotions. And that is what I have written. I actually disagree that imposition of English as a presumed scientific academic lingua franca is a manifestation of the unequal distribution of knowledge production. It doesn't matter which language we are going to use as a tool to communicate ideas that concern the international or choose the field you like community. It can be scientific community, it can be religious community. The language is just a tool. If it performs its function, or one should not worry about the emotional aspect of the question, as one never thinks about a pencil's feelings when choosing a pen to write the ideas.
Oh, what a wonderful metaphor there when thinking about it going forward. And what your response really illustrates is in choosing these points, these are also not ones that I agree with, but these are from a position statement that ELENA said a speaker tomorrow actually helped write. They're provocative, and your reaction and response to it really does illustrate the provocative nature of the way they wrote this imposition, right? Manifestation, unequal, right? And so being able to articulate and push, what do we think about that? Why do we disagree with it? What does that mean for our thoughts about language? And I would, and when I hear you speak, I think of, if you read about English for Research Publication purpose scholarship that, critiques or adapts or does all these things, there is that debate. We're not talking, crud. My crud is the Americans call it sort of worse up here, the language you think and determines how you think kind of thing. And I forget what it goes by another name in Europe, but it is that linguistic determinism. And saying that, we don't really agree, as you said, that it determines how you think or that it influences strongly. It's actually what's the vehicle for your ideas. And that is definitely a stance on language that shows that benefit for purpose. So thank you guys for sharing. I kind of wish I were there and we could spend an hour talking about this, right? That it was a whole class. But it is one activity, and surprise, I actually want to say that this had two purposes for our work together, right? This free write was a dual purpose activity. It was a chance to begin to consider our own complicated attitudes towards English as a global language. And when I say we can even consider like, okay, the writers of that manifesto that I quoted before and us as a community of scholars, because we're all together, right? So a chance to consider complicated attitudes, an example of a critical language awareness activity, right? Students, okay, I don't know your classes, right? Of course, I'm not there. But generally speaking, what I know in the US context, and I suspect maybe in a larger context, is in our writing classes, graduate students don't often have a chance to explore questions about English as a global language and their feelings about it and their ideas about what it means to be in here. And so it can be powerful to ask them to consider these points. So critical language awareness, I'm going to review a bit from yesterday again, but faster this time, because I want to get to our activity and hear more from you. So I gave you the short definition in the talk yesterday, that critical language awareness pedagogy is an approach to language and literacy education that focuses on the intersection of language identity, power, and privilege with the goal of promoting self-reflection, social justice, and rhetorical agency, right? The scholar from whom I'm taking this work, this is her update of the definition. Let me give a quick note of history. Critical language awareness as an idea is not like a new thing, but it actually is a result of two other movements from the late mid, I think, 20th century. The knowledge about language movement in the United Kingdom and the critical turn in academia, critiquing the practices and the power and the privilege behind it. So these two movements sort of converged, blended into critical language awareness in the late 1980s, early 1990s. Again, this was mainly in Britain. But from there, this kind of stance of critical language awareness was taken up by teachers and teachers training programs around the world. So this may not be, critical language awareness may not be new to all of you here. I'm not assuming it's completely new to anybody. In my context, it really didn't have as much uptake, probably because, especially in writing, because in writing, writing studies in America has a more parentage in the literature. So it was more literature based, but this critical language awareness is more of a world movement that we are working more in the US, and Shauna Shapiro at Middlebury College is really bringing that idea home and applying it to writing classrooms here. So in her work, she says that the critical language approach to writing aims to, and I love this beautiful big idea, right? Promote a more just future while also preparing students for the often unjust present. This is quoting her. And so she says, in this view, the second language, the pedagogy does not ignore the power of academic norms and other linguistic standards. I think it's supposed to be, I found a typo yesterday. I think this is not SLA pedagogy. That's something else. This is CLA. So CLA pedagogy doesn't ignore the power of academic norms and other linguistic standards, but aims to demystify, critique, and at times resist those norms and standards, right? So she presents like four pathways of way to kind of infuse or achieve. So her pathways are like curriculum with centered questions and topics. And two of her pathways that I find particularly relevant for adaptation and work in EAP or ERPP would be her sociolinguistic pathway, which focuses on topics such as language varieties, linguistic attitudes and prejudices, linguistic discrimination and justice, or critical academic literacies, which involves academic disciplines as linguistic communities, grammar concepts and controversies, and linguistic pluralism in the academy. You can see me looking at my time balance. So I think for the time balance, I just want to set this question before we move on. Is Shapiro also says, these are not a recipe. These are maybe ingredients to infuse into your own and to make critical language awareness pedagogy, how to fuse that into things that we already do. And I could imagine that we could make a pathway, a critical language awareness pathway for English for research publication purposes, right? I would want to call it global research and publication. And think a moment, what kinds of things might we include if we wanted to take a critical language awareness approach to these topics. And since I have to cough, it'll give us a moment just to think. Thank you for your patience. I seem to have something stuck in my throat. So we can take a look, say, at how the three parts of this pedagogy would interact. And again, I'm taking this from Shapiro. And so what are some of the ways, you have self-reflection about identities and experience and language attitudes and behaviors, right? For example, self-reflection about what is language. It is a vehicle to express ideas, right? And you can choose different vehicles to transport the same ideas and get to the same destination. Sorry, I've taken your pencil analogy and made it into cars. But sort of that kind of thing, that kind of self-reflection, what we just did would fit into that. Another part of that interaction of our reflection, as an example of a CLA activity, it involves, questions of privilege, discrimination, power, and empowerment. You can see that in the way of the quotes that I chose for us to actually be thinking about this kind of power and quality. Now, if I were adapting this more to a global research area, I might rename social justice. That's just me. I feel like that's really applicable perhaps for some of the US conversations. I might try to work on that term or something else. But we're going to work with our terms for a moment. We didn't get into really a lot of rhetorical agency. That may be in the question of like your choice of language in which to publish, choice of language as a right. That might be like allowing that choice. I could say in my directions that you could write in whatever language you felt right, that actually making that rhetorical choice empowered you guys, gave you agency to do that kind of work. But this is sort of these three parts. I wanted to take a moment to describe how they interact, and even in the brief activity we did, how it involves these three things coming together. So this is the point of the presentation where I just throw a bunch of ideas about ways that critical language pedagogy can be infused before I lead us into an activity for you guys to do. So I'll provide these in a document or in this presentation itself to you. So I'm going to breeze through them really quickly. So when you think about reflection has a very strong place, as we saw in the definitions in one of the main pillars, that reflecting on our place in the language ecologies is huge in critical language awareness. And in fact, I worked really hard in this. I'm like, what beyond reflection do we have? It took me a few minutes to really get into that. But I would say reflection is the main activity, and it does relate, if you know, with writing pedagogies or learning theories into metacognition, how reflection works to reinforce that learning, how metacognitive activities and being aware of writing agency and choices, the power you have as a writer to make choices, or to be aware of where you're just fitting into the choices because you need to, and it's going to fit your aim. That kind of meta awareness is confidence building in ways. You have the choice to make it, and recognizing the choices that you are, even if it is choosing to conform to a system. Anyway, so reflection activities to raise language awareness can be language autobiographies, biographies of multilingual scholars, reflections before biographies of multilingual scholars. And, for the language awareness part, you could talk about how did they learn language? How did you learn language? When they were publishing, and talked about, how many times they were rejected, or the kinds of changes they had to make, or how they eventually achieved it. Those are kind of language awareness, like interactions with translators, things, asking about your own, like, what languages do you know? How did you learn them? How do you feel about them? Right? We can do that. I'll have a few more questions about that in a moment. Reflections before and after drafts. Again, making students aware of their agency. For me, it helps me grade too. If they've already told me what changes they made and why, then I can look in their subsequent drafts to see where those changes were. So it dual purposes, right? So I asked students how well they met the goals of my assignment that I set out. Talking to students to reflect back on how they incorporated feedback. What changes did they make? What changes did they resist? Now, if I have students who really just want to follow all my directions, I can manipulate this in some ways, or even resisting with peers. Sometimes if you do peer feedback, students are more willing to resist peer suggestions. But if they're not willing to resist mine, sometimes I make that a requirement. Out of all my suggestions, pick 3 that you will not follow. And, what are some good reasons that those were the 3 you chose? Just getting used to that idea that when you're publishing, you're going to have these rounds of edits, and it is not always risky, but it's a part of owning your own authorial voice to be able to say, no, I'm not going to do this one because. So we talked a little bit yesterday about the idea of making the form of the reflection a letter to the editor, saying, okay, you requested these changes. Here's my revised manuscript. Here's what I did. And so you might do some of the examinations of rhetorical moves that you might have learned with Dr. Feig. When you write such a letter to editors, what moves do you make? How do you hedge or not? What does that mean? And they can practice that kind of writing by writing a draft memo to you. Based on the feedback I received, here are the things I changed. Here are the things I didn't, and why. And that can be, again, a couple different purposes there. We can do short free writes or discussions about the pathway topics. We listed about, what do you think about grammar? What is correct English? All those kinds of things can help out. This is not a complete list. Reflection question examples. So here's where just a reflection on itself, I do reflection as a part of my practice. How can you choose to infuse some critical language awareness in it or not? But here are some of the questions I might ask in a language autobiography for my students. What languages do you know? What role does English have in your life? How does English play in your field, right? Asking them to articulate explicitly. Here's all the publications. Here's where it plays in promotion, those kinds of issues. You can talk about language varieties. Do you consider the professional English used in your field to be a specific variety? What role does Russian or other languages have in your professional conference and writing goals and activities? It's an interesting question. Like, what's your balance of language and how do you mix those and what's the values there, right? How does your process and skills writing in Russian and or other languages transfer to writing in English? And I believe you have a talk tomorrow on the translingual approaches and applications, and that's kind of where some of these questions can come in. You could ask, what does it mean to be fluent? What does it mean to be a good writer? You could ask your students some of the challenging questions. How does English as a global language benefit and challenge you? Do you think it's fair that English is the global language of science? Okay, again, I'm trying to get a provocative thing. Do I know what my answer is? Do I think it's fair or not? Yes, no, lots of sides. I'm trying to make a provocative question to get a response, to think about it. Let's see, you guys, I gotta put this together. Beyond reflection, a couple of other possible activities I might suggest with critical language awareness or language awareness in general. I actually was thinking in the readings for my syllabus, if I want my students to read a research article to sort of look, or, you know, different kinds, I might choose, and I've done this sort of thing before, I choose an article related to a specific topic that I can also use for discussion in class. I look at a research article about plagiarism, and I use that with my freshmen, my undergraduates, both to see how the research article, like the expertise and how it's set out, and also to talk about plagiarism. So I can do both things there. So you could do something similar if you have there's research, you know, IMRD articles that focus on English for research and publication purposes. And so you could use that both to look at the moves that are made in an abstract, in an introduction, where the hypothesis comes in, how the methods are described. At the same time, you could also infuse it with some questions about, you know, if you're reading these scholars in Spain, their attitudes about English as a published language, what did you think about the results of the survey and what they shared? You do that. There's a lovely TEDx video called How to Speak Bad English Perfectly, which makes me think of one of your free write things. And I will send this link out later. TED Talks are nice. They have the transcripts with them. The language is fairly accessible. This is she's the native English speaker. She trains international scholars in pronunciation. And she's talking about how to speak bad English perfectly. Her argument is, you know, who is your audience? What is your purpose? And that thinking about that can help you shape the kind of language that you want to improve or say. Her thesis I love too is that, you know, if you think my English is bad, so I'm not going to publish, the world is poorer. We're less rich for not having those ideas out in the world. So I really love using that short video as well to emphasize some of these messages about language. Describing and reflecting the publishing cycle to normalize conflicts of revision. Get away that idea that if I submit that paper, it should be accepted if it's good. No, it may go through revision. It may go through multiples. If I've read, you know, maybe you've read about a scholar. Bhatia has a piece about how they struggled with this, that's a process that happens, and it's okay. It just doesn't feel good, but it's okay. You describe and reflect on the place of English in global publishing, right? You might do some role plays like, okay, imagine you get feedback like this and this from an editor. What do you do? How do you respond? You could envision, you know, say, okay, students, imagine you've been in your profession for 10 years and you are now editing a journal. And here's what you hear. You guys get a paper. Here are some of the comments from discussion related to the language and quality. What do you do? So that's kind of fun to envision yourselves as a senior scholar and how you tackle some of these issues. I wanted to say, you know, but, you know, we don't have time for everything. So I really do emphasize the idea of where can I infuse some of these things in practices that I already have where I can do sort of double duty. I'm looking at the time. So I want to give an example of something I had done in a class where I gave students, we had a whole class about self-editing. It was their almost final draft. How do you do backwards reading? How do you give time? Like, what kinds of things can you look for? How do you mark up your own draft so that the language is correct and the expression is good? And at the end of class, I put up this statement on the projector. If someone's meaning is clear, don't correct their spelling or grammar. If their meaning isn't clear, ask for clarification without correcting their spelling or grammar. And then start to decondition yourself from the colonial grammar rules that were forcibly ingrained upon you. All right, you know, trying to provoke, to get a reaction, to get us to question. Those systems exist to invisibly reinforce hierarchy, unlearn the need to police those rules, especially when the rules do nothing to enhance comprehension. We had just spent a whole class on cleaning up the language, right? But I use this just as a last note. We had a few minutes. What does this mean? And when would this advice be most appropriate? probably not for a final version of a formal paper, right? But what is this saying and what does that mean about language? I bring this up because I remember it as a moment my students just blinked and looked at me and said, we never thought we would hear this in an English class. They were very engaged. So that provocation and reflection can get it. It was 5-10 minutes at the end of a class, and then we didn't answer the whole thing. We didn't solve this problem. I was just like, think about this. What does it mean? Yeah, and make sure you edit this paper though, right? So now I want to turn to you guys again. And I'm looking at the time. So let's see how we can figure out to maybe do this in say 20 minutes. So ELENA, I'm turning to you again, and I thought I had sent this to you, and I see that I haven't. I have a link to a document, and I'd like to share that link with everybody. Do you have a way? You can send it out in the YouTube chat, right?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So let me put the link in. Let me put the link in our chat.
Yes.
And then you can take it from there and put it on the YouTube link.
Can we? Sure.
Excellent. So again, I'm not in the room, so I'm not sure how people are accessing or how the internet is going. So while you guys access, I'm going to switch my screen over, but let me know if things are going smoothly in the next couple minutes, or if we're having problems accessing it, because I can talk through it, or we can do it. Either way might work. Let's see what happens.
Okay, we're trying to sort it out. Jane. So it's in the chat. Can you see the link?
I see lots of people.
They use QR code. They are technically advanced.
Oh, should I put the QR code back up? What do you guys want the QR code back up? Let me know. Except I've lost for Zoom. I've lost my Zoom controls. Seriously. Oh my goodness. Can you guys see? Oh, there it is. Ha. My Zoom controls disappeared for a minute. Okay. Let me know when we no longer need the QR code.
They still need QR code? No, they don't.
Great, thanks guys. All right, so now can I slip back to where we were? And that is this one. Okay, Zoom is, I'm seeing some stuff on Zoom that I'm not used to seeing, guys. So let's see how this works. So yeah, so you guys are here. So here's the directions I have for this one. For an activity, examining author criteria of academic science journals. I'd like to give you guys, let's see how far we can get in about 10 minutes. I've given you links to 4 journals below. And you guys can also let me know if the link, it doesn't work. We'll figure things out, right, as we go. But choose a journal and click on one of the links below to the guides for authors. Scan the guide, you do not need to read the whole thing in depth, and notice what kind of advice the journal gives regarding writing and language. Now examine that advice. Think about what kind of vocabulary do they use to describe the writing, the language? Do they say clean, native, jargon, free? what are kind of the adjectives or the guidance that they're saying? How are they describing language and writing? And what kind of advice do they give about language editing and proofreading? And how that works. Please, 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 please add your notes to the grid below, right over here. I'm going to put that also in highlighted. Right? Put a couple of your observations there. No right or wrong answers here. This is we're doing a very abbreviated version of what could be a longer activity, so I want you guys to take a note. As you're doing this activity, consider what beliefs about language does the advice imply? What beliefs about global authors? Reading behind it, what are you seeing, right? And then we'll handle question 5 later. So just go ahead and work on 1 through 4. And I would say over the next 10 minutes. So 10 minutes. And then we'll come back together to debrief. Elena, at this time, maybe I'll try to open the YouTube link so people can put ideas in chats if they have. No, I would love to leave it here. Let me leave it here.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of using the chat, guys, if you have a question or concern or issue with accessing anything, please put it on the Google Doc. We'll treat this as kind of a chat if that will work for you. Or you can put it in that chat. Yeah, so I'll see you guys in 10 minutes at, well, let's say at 10 and 10. At 10 and 10.
10. Okay, 10. So we have 10 minutes for comments, questions, observations, whatever. You can write directly in this document.
Hey, Al, you don't need to take it in order. Someone can jump to psychopharmacology or someone can jump to energy physics as you choose fit. You don't have to go strictly in order. Hi, everyone. It is 10:10. Let's take one more minute, one or two, wherever you are in the process. Write down a couple observations, right? So we can just see, I noticed one thing. I noticed two things, right? I haven't done a complete analysis, but this is what I see on the page, because it will be useful for us to be able to look at it on the table rather than sending the mic around at this moment. So yeah, what I'm saying is take another minute or maybe two and write down some of your observations right now. All right, I'm back here with you, but as you know me, and I'm going to talk to you while I do this, I'm going to say, okay, which screens? Opening up my screens again. There we go. Turning on my camera, I think. ELENA, can you hear me? And can you actually see the document? Yeah?
Yes. So Anonymous Dolphin is writing something.
Yay!
Is that
I love the little animals that come up, and I always wonder what I'm going to be, right? I think I'm not an animal because I'm actually logged into this one. So it's actually me here. So, so what are some of the things that we're noticing here, and let me contextualize the things that we're working on. If I were to include an activity like this in my writing class, again, I'm not sure I would do it so openly, right? I would probably tie it closer to some other things that we're doing in class. For example, I would probably pick a couple particular journals and their pages, give the students those pages as a overall like reading comprehension, like reading to write. So I'd probably have, for me, because I teach writing, I'd have writing questions, right? Where does the writer spend the most time? Where does this document give information about that, right? We might guide to some language moves. Are they hedging or not? And what kind of language things you're working on in your class. But I would use it as I would use some kinds of reading assignments, the kinds of reading assignments that you really examine. Like, how is it organized? How does that affect you? What does it say about X? What does it say about another topic? So I'd have the writing questions to guide many, depending on my class, be how specific levels of my class and the aims of my class, how specific my questions would be, where I want them to draw their answers. For purpose of this workshop, I guided you to the language session, but then I left the answers like hugely open, right? So, so that's how that worked here. I would treat this kind of activity for an English for Research Publications class as, yes, reading comprehension, 2, getting used to the profession. Like, where do you find these kinds of documents, right? Because if you're going to be writing for scholarly publications, these are going to exist. And what do they look like and what do they mean? as we're doing here, I would infuse it with some questions perhaps about language, and that may link to other topics that we're talking about. So what you guys might have noticed is for several of these, they recommend editing services, right? And I clicked through one of them. They're very expensive. I can, in some of them, talk about translation services as well. I think this could prompt an interesting conversation about translation. And just because you could, if you had $1 gazillion and you could afford to have all your stuff translated, right? How would that affect your writing or not? Like, it's worthwhile learning writing for English for research publication purposes, because it's going to help you interact with, the free AI tools. And I don't know if you noticed that. They're like, oh, here are these grammar checkers you can use, right? The fact that the journal is referencing grammar checkers probably says that, both native speakers, non-native speakers of all proficiencies could use some. But even with the automatic checkers, we can get back to what feedback do you accept and what feedback don't you accept. So one of the things I work on with my students in terms of grammar and proofreading is, okay, so what is the automatic checker suggesting? Like, use your tools wisely. Don't offload your checking. They're going to make a suggestion and you're going to think whether that suits you well or not. I'm rambling a little bit here, so let me pull back. But you guys are making notices, right? It's talking about explaining acronyms, right? There are references to jargon, right? If you look at the journal Nature, they'll talk about avoiding jargon, right? So to what degree is jargon accepted? And if you're talking with students, what kind of jargon for your field is appropriate, right? It lays out exactly how to write it. Clear and concise language. What does that mean? How is that valued, right? Short sentences. Isn't that beautiful? It's like, okay, so why? Why would they say that? And consistency. So all these kinds of things you could use to say, okay, so what does this mean for your writing? What value is it projecting on using jargon to be a member of your field, on using short sentences? Why? Why do we think? Are they clearer or not clearer? Why do we not like long sentences? I know I have students who worry that they write short sentences and not long sentences because they struggle with writing a longer sentence in academic English. And oh, look, it's valued. Anyways, I wanted to sort of summarize different ways in which you might be able to use some of these observations for your class. And I'm very bad. I didn't check the general questions. I don't have any. You don't have any. So this, as I'm saying, this activity in and of itself, I'm not so sure I would add to it. I would contextualize it within other practices in my classroom, and I would make my questions specific to what I want my students to be looking at overall in terms of writing or not. I'm going to pause and go back to the presentation. We are at 25. But as I'm moving over, does anybody want to ask a question about this activity, what you found out, what you noticed, thoughts about why or whether you would use something like this with your classes or for yourself? This is an optional, not required sharing. So if no one's feeling brave, that's okay. But if someone's like, I have a question, please ask.
Do you have any questions? I find this activity very useful because even material researchers do not read journal requirements when they prepare their manuscript.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. For example, so I have encountered cases, the Oxford University Press, and the journal is Royal Society of Astrophysics.
Ooh.
And they require only British English.
Ooh.
And then you say, okay, you cast a glance at the requirements and say, okay, I will prepare my paper in accordance with this requirement. But they do not read this, the requirement, the guidelines till the very end, because somewhere closer to the end, the editors, they specify, yes, we prefer British English, but we prefer this particular words to be written in American English.
What? I love that you brought that up, because that, is such an illustration of our conflicted and sometimes seemingly irrational, Like, and so that's a beautiful illustration of being able to work with students on balancing that. Okay, let's read the requirements so you can conform to publish. At the same time, let's also recognize that this requirement has some weird ideas about language here.
Absolutely.
Or why do we think they have that value? You know, so that's, oh, I love that example. I might have to ask you for that.
Yes, I will send you
particular page so that
Yeah.
so that I can incorporate it to some activities. Thank you guys. Stu. Kind of love this little Lego guy. When it's your mission in life, there's no if, just how. So if your mission is working towards both the equality of scholars to be able to participate in a global scholarship environment that English sometimes disadvantages, but you want them to be able to still pragmatically be able to achieve that. Okay, maybe that's your mission. Maybe your mission is not that, right? Maybe your mission isn't critical language awareness. I mean, it could take over our whole class. And we don't have that. We don't have that time in our limited resources of, do we have a class we can offer? Are we offering a workshop through the Writing Center? Or are we training our Writing Center to be sensitive to some of these concepts? Like, to what degree do we infuse our work with some critical language awareness? I think my point here is, yeah, we don't have all the time in the world to do a whole class. We could, but we could design a whole class around one of these pathways with critical language awareness in mind. And I think it could be useful. However, generally speaking, if our scholars and our graduate students have access to a writing class, it might be one, right? Or if at all. I mean, some of the battles for language publishing equity is actually having a class or a resource. So my argument here is, like Shapiro's, how can you adapt and include it in some ways in your activities, even if it doesn't come all the way, even if you don't have the answers. And you know, you might not agree with some of the radical pushes, but knowing that they're there and that's a view, and where you fall and agree or disagree with it, and how that affects your writing is important for your own agency and understanding your rhetorical choices. It is 10:22, so that's excellent. I wanted to ask you guys to consider some of these big questions, right? To what extent would critical language awareness fit my work in ERPP? To what extent do I believe a CLA approach would benefit my students, my colleagues, my own writing? What activities do I already do that reflect this approach? What activities might be adapted to infuse some of this approach? And what doubts do I have about this approach? I'd like you guys to, for this one, I actually would like you to turn to one or two people around you and talk through your answers to these questions, and what you think about them. For those of you on YouTube, you could use the chat. Keep in mind, I don't see the chat, but we'll get to that in a minute. So where we are, if you can take, let's say 5 minutes to get your first ideas out about some or all of these questions. And then when we come back as a whole, we will really have time to pass the microphone around for ELENA to ask some questions, to share your thoughts about these ideas and the activities today. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Talk with somebody for a while. And then in, let's say 5-6 minutes, we'll have a big discussion, everybody together. Thank you, ELENA.
Okay.
Hey everyone. The controllers kindly allowed me to watch the activity in the room, so I could see that you were coming to a close. So here's where I open it up to you to share your views on any of these questions, ideas you had, how this works in your situation. Don't feel limited to the 4 questions here. Let's also include our Q&A after. What were you guys talking about? Share some of your thoughts with me about your situations, questions you have, inspirations you have found. I want to hear from you.
So these are the questions. Oh, okay. Just a sec. No, speak into the microphone. Yeah.
I'm here.
Mhm.
Yeah. So just a second. I have to get concentrated on what I wanted to speak about because my voice just distracts my attention. That's a terrible thing. Sorry. So we started with a critical language awareness and came from the idea of the language that is interpreted via research practices for publication. Okay, purposes, that is. Actually, language comes in certain trends or directions. We speak about certain cliches, standards, norms. Then we speak about the so-called stylistics, that is scientific styles. I think that the Western system doesn't recognize it. You believe or develop the idea of scientific style in a different way. I haven't found the coinage of the register for the science expressed within the language. But I would say that besides language of this kind, that is academic cliches, academic expressions, that is widely accepted and printable, that is, ideas, together with the terminology, difficult equations, that is, symbolisms or semiotics of the science. So altogether, whether the teachers should be aware of the semiotic side, first of all, and the second one, whether the students should be taught to the whole range of the expressions existing as when they could be limited just a number of words, like the kind of learning Chinese 2000 hieroglyphs, which is enough for the beginning. Well,
Thank you.
that is kind of a question about the language awareness. What kind of language our students should be aware of for their publishing practice?
Okay, thank you, Oksana. It's such a vast question, and Angela has only 5 minutes to answer the question.
Then my doubts, accept them like my doubts. So I just doubt.
I think they're excellent doubts because, I mean, my first reaction is, yeah, I mean, you saw my face, which I deliberately was reacting as much as I could to what you were saying, right? And that question is, what are we teaching, right? And it's so contextual, right? It's so contextual. It's so, you know, where am I teaching? Am I teaching, do I have a particular level of learners who are aiming to publish in engineering, right? And so maybe there are more of that sort of limited cliches or chunks, right? That chunking mode of building language and expression that could work for them. I wonder if, and so this is, I'm not going to Q&A this, I'm going to Q and Q this. I'm going to ask more questions because I think the exact questions you are raising are the ones we should be thinking about in our teaching. And there isn't a right answer for that. But then the question is like, to what degree do you raise students' awareness of the choice that you just said? That, okay, here's like the standard, here's the way that you could do with a limited, like a limited set of language. Here's the expression and it works fine. It's the short sentences, right? It comes through. Here's another way that we could say it, right? Taking into account of full semiotic range or stylistic range of expression, and putting that to the students as this is a choice, right? And then for you deciding, okay, what can I teach in my class, right? And so what am I going to do? Am I going to tell them that we're going to be looking specifically at these chunks as we see how people write them, and that limits, but be aware that as you write more and more, or you may choose to do the more stylistic lens. So that may give you more questions and answers on that, but the trends, making students aware of the trends. We know all these things. We know all these complications and beliefs about language. Do our students? So I'm going to leave that one there. I think Elena said Oksana is your name. Thank you so much for those thoughts.
Thank you, Angela, for your wonderful workshop. So I'm sure you have risen the critical awareness of the language and language issues and the difference between different perceptions of a language. We thank all our speakers today and yesterday, and we're looking forward to our third day of the conference tomorrow. And as promised, I will, Angela, I'm talking specifically to you, I will send you a link to Magnus Gustafsson workshop or talk, because you used his materials just as reference.
Yes.
So see you all tomorrow. Hope to see you also tomorrow if you find time, or you can watch us in YouTube.
I'll say good night to everyone there from my building here in Washington, D.C. I am now going to get ready to teach, because my day, we're heading to the middle of it. Love this idea. Thank you so much for having me as a part of this, and I look forward to perhaps joining you all tomorrow, and thank everyone for your wonderful participation today.
In any case, I will send you all the links, okay? Thank you, guys. Thank you for being patient, for being with us all day long. I suppose you are a bit tired, but excited about all the ideas that we have shared and exchanged, and we're looking forward to our tomorrow's day. Okay, thank you, Angela. Have a great day.